Sì, ok. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay, we have a live stream. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. I think we should start. It's a great pleasure to see you all here. My name is Clemens Fuest. I'm the director of CESifo. And as you may know, CESifo is running the journal Economic Policy together with the CPR and the Paris School of Economics. I would like to start by paying tribute to Ghazala Asmat. I'm sure many of you know that she very unfortunately passed away much too early at the beginning of June. And Ghazala was many things, but here at Economic Policy, she was managing editor from 2019 to 2023. So she shaped this journal really. She made incredible contributions to the journal, to our debates, to the conferences. And before being managing editor, she was a panel member. So I would like to invite you to stand and for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Now the papers from this conference will be published in a special issue entitled Economic Policies for Peace. And I have to say, I don't know if there's ever been a conference that was more timely than this one, given the situation of the world, unfortunately. But it's extremely interesting to have these papers, and I'm really looking forward to the presentations. I'm very grateful to Oliver and Dominic for acting as guest editors for this issue of economic policy. It's a lot of work, and as I said, it's a very important subject, and we are very, very grateful for this. I would like to tell you that this is the last issue of the journal Economic Policy coming out under the current format. So we are changing the format of economic policy. We will switch to an online-only model, but that will take place after this issue. Oh, that's good. We are switching to an online-only model, as I said, and it will be commissioned papers. So we are changing the model quite radically here, and I won't tell you about the reasons for this. It's a long story related to the publisher and to other things. The idea we have is that we will have even more timely papers very much related to current policy events, maybe not based as much on established data as many academic papers, but really making them a little more policy papers. And I think the papers we will see today certainly are very much related to current events, but the idea is to get closer to what's going on in the economy and in economic policy. We are very glad to have one Shabnam Kalemli as the new managing editor. Okay, but this issue here from this conference will still be an issue under the current format. As I said, I'm very grateful to Dominic and Oliver and to all of you really for being here. And now without further ado, I think we should start. And I pass the floor to you, Dominic. Thank you.
The microphone or is it for recording or? Okay. I mean, if you have a hand microphone, I can use that for also the next one, you know. Hello. I think yeah, this is how you activate it. Complicated. Okay, so welcome. A big pleasure that everybody could make it. So wonderful journey with ReCIPE and the whole program. So and thanks so much for CESifo for organizing this and making all of this possible. Thanks as well, of course, to the whole CPR team has worked on it. Thanks a lot for FCDO, who is the founder of ReCIPE. Did I forget anyone? Well, thanks a lot to you all already in advance. Okay, so I'll have just a few slides on ReCIPE because some of the discussants are maybe not fully aware of what the thing is. So the idea of ReCIPE is really kind of it's part of the UK development aid research budget, if you like. So it's aid on development aid research, basically from the UK government, FCDO, Foreign Office. And they're particularly interested in this virtuous cycle of peace and prosperity, where basically, a good economy giving opportunities leads to a lower opportunity cost of conflict. You have less conflict, and conflict, of course, if you have more peace, you can better invest in public policies like schooling, health, etc. And that will, again, help to further foster peace. So that's kind of the basic idea. And then it's here a bit in a more convoluted way, but I'm going to skip that. But we can go back, if you like, about risk factors, about interventions, about peace agreements. But a big part of the link we want to focus on is really this link between public policies and improving the economy and fostering peace. So kind of a double dividend, if you like. And then there are 9 themes, but I'm not going to talk about them because that's what the conference is about. You'll discover all the 9 themes. So now what I'm going to talk about is about our first paper. It's the introduction paper for the special issue of economic policy. And so it's a bit of, so it serves 2 purposes, this paper. So first of all, we got the FCDO, Andy and John and others from FCDO, they were kind of always pushing us, nudging us a bit towards coming up with some typology. And at the beginning, we were not kind of fully on board. We were kind of thinking, well, why do they ask that? And then the more we thought about it, the more we realized that actually it's really relevant. It's that we economists, we care about finding something that is has good causal inference, that we can publish well in a good journal, but we maybe don't give enough thought about if we have a study on Venezuela, what other countries could we learn something about? Then we say, well, maybe it works for the neighboring country, Colombia, but well, maybe it's not exactly the same kind of country, right? So in that sense, this is kind of tricky. We want to have some categories of countries where we kind of see, well, there are patterns that are repeated, and it turns out that actually, Mali and Burkina Faso are similar, but actually Niger is another kind of setting. To give an example, maybe, right? I made that up. I'm not saying that this is the case, right? But so that's kind of the idea, that we kind of try to see a bit, to go at heterogeneity and at patterns in an idea of being policy relevant, because at the end of the day, that's why we have this program. The idea is to make an impact, and that's what FCDO wants, and that's what we want, right? And so that's kind of the big picture. That's why we care. It's basically what I said, and there is, of course, in data, in terms of data on democracy, there is VDEM, which is like the political science kind of cutting edge data project on democracy data, a bit like Polity4. And VDEM, it's already in the name, variants of democracy. And so here we're talking about variants of violence. So it's a bit inspired by their agenda. And so what we want to do is we're going to do some data-driven classification. I mean, data-driven sounds maybe a bit more glorious than what it is. We have like basically 3 variables and stuff. So it's not that, it's not the most extraordinary AI thing that we do, but I think it has, in terms of trade-off of having the right number of baskets and having a methodology that can be easily communicated, maybe we hope to be in the sweet spot in terms of complexity and simplicity. So the ratio of insights over nerdy maths, it seems to be hopefully good. And it's about understanding heterogeneity. And just to give an example, so one of the things that you will see is that so we're going to have 3 dimensions. So we're going to talk about poverty versus kind of a strong economy. We're going to talk about democracy, and we're going to talk about state capacity security. And in principle, if everything was disconnected, you would expect that no matter if you improve on any of these 3 dimensions, you clearly reduce the level of conflict. But that's actually what we see in the picture that we're going to present is not exactly that. For example, if you there are complementarities, meaning that if, for example, you improve, you have a country that is non-democratic, that has a low level of security, and that is poor, and then you say, okay, we found a way to step up state capacity, but it remains non-democratic and it remains poor. Well, what you're going to see in the data is that overall conflict will not decrease that much, but it will shift from kind of warlordism, Somalia style, to something that resembles more like repression, Myanmar style, right? So meaning that if you only increase state capacity without at the same time also increasing inclusiveness, the whole thing may actually backfire. You may replace one type of violence with another type of violence. And that's kind of, the motivation for what we're doing. So in terms of the literature, there are very rare papers in political science that would do this, a few papers that would do these kind of classifications, but often it is kind of something that is less data-driven. So for example, Kalivas and Balcells, they hand code different cases. And of course, the problem with hand coding is that there's cognitive bias, there is confirmation bias. So if I have plenty of prejudice and I think, oh, the Balkan countries and the Nordic countries, they are different and whatever, then that will be reflected in my biased coding. And that's why it's useful to kind of go at using something, more exogenous maybe. There's this small literature also on feedback loops that basically you have this vicious cycle and virtuous cycles. So the vicious cycles for war traps, basically that there are a few of them. So wars would destroy the social fabric of society, which then leads to less trust, less social cohesion, and that would fuel further wars. Wars destroys like maybe 1 year of schooling on average in many countries, and with less schooling, again, lower productivity, lower opportunity cost, and more conflict. Poverty is another kind of big trap, and they're all linked together, of course. So in that sense, here we want to do the other thing. We don't want to do the vicious cycles, but rather the virtuous cycle. And then there is all this literature on a variety of dimensions of policies and parameters and characteristics of the context that matter for conflict. And we're going to just pick three we pick poverty, institutions, and state capacity. We believe that there are fundamental ones, but surely one could argue, well, there may be a fourth, or you can leave one of them. But it's just that we have basically this will give us 2 to the power of 3 combination. So we're going to end up with 8 different baskets of categories. And that's maybe good, right? Because if we have just 2 baskets, then other disciplines will say, well, you economists, you try to take heterogeneity into account, but you're as simplistic as you've always been. This is a fraud and whatever, right? And if we have 50 different baskets, well, then we don't learn much, then it's a mess, right? So 8 may be actually a good number. So I hand over now, after the general, unfocused introduction, I hand over to the more rigorous part of the analysis with Emma.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dominic. So as you mentioned, we classify countries into 8 categories based on 3 dimensions, so poverty, democracy, and security at the baseline year, which is 2007 for us. So this choice of 8 categories, again, as Dominic mentioned, results from a trade-off between having 2 little categories where we would be oversimplifying the framework, and it would not be very insightful, versus having too many categories where basically each country would be a different case. And again, this would not be very policy relevant. So very, very briefly, in terms of data sources and the construction of the main variables of interest. So again, we always take pre-sample values. So the value for democracy, income, and security for 2007 for each country. So democracy is a dichotomous variable available in the quality of government standard data set. And a country will be considered as democratic according to the fairness of the elections and the value of the threshold for suffrage. Then income, the income variable is defined according to the World Bank official country income classification, where the thresholds are based from GNI per capita in US dollars. And we collapse for simplification matters. We collapse the 4 official categories into 2 border groups. So poor, which includes low-income countries and lower middle-income countries, and rich, that includes upper middle-income countries and rich countries. Then for security, this variable is defined, so it's built from the security apparatus component of the Fragile States Index. And so we will define countries are non-secure when the value for their security score will be above a certain threshold. And so this security variable, it encompasses, of course, the military capacities of countries, but also other things such as the presence of threats to a government, such as bombings or terrorism, the potential presence of special security forces that would serve the interest of only one or a few political leaders, or there's also the perceived trust of citizens towards the institutions and the security institutions. And so, oops. From those 3 binary variables, we construct one bigger variable, categorical variable that takes 8 values, and each value will represent one distinct cell of the classification. So for instance, poor, non-democratic or non-secure countries. And that allows us to kind of put each country into a specific category. So for instance, when you do, again, for the poor, non-democratic, non-secure countries, we have 40 countries in that category, sorry. Then introducing conflict into the framework. So we use the conflict definition from the UCDP geo-referenced event dataset, and we we define countries as exposed to conflict when they have experienced at least one violent event during the study period, so from 2007 to 2022. And that allows us to map the conflict exposure. And so for each category of country, we can define the prevalence of countries. So again, for instance, poor, non-democratic, non-secure countries, out of the 40 countries, 34 of them have experienced at least one violent event during the study period. And then we further disaggregate conflict into four mutually exclusive types of violent events. So state-based violence, non-state-based violence, one-sided violence by governments, and one-sided violence by non-governmental actors. And so again, that allows us to map for each category for the conflicts that are in conflict, we can map the dominant type of violence. And I don't know how well you can read this. So this is represented by the pie charts. And the black is state-based events. The darker gray is non-state-based events. The lighter gray is one-sided events by governments. And white is one-sided events by non-government. And now I will hand it over to you.
Okay, so using this very simple approach, so of course we recognize that we're remaining completely descriptive here, but we think that there are still some interesting patterns from this type of analysis. So perhaps first of all, going back, like, you know, forgetting about the classification of different types of violence. What is kind of striking already is that there seems to be, as Dominic already mentioned, there seems to be, like, you know, some evidence here of complementarities between these different dimensions, right? So we see that, like, clearly the countries with the highest conflict incidence are those that are poor, non-democratic, and non-secure at the same time. And then the countries that are that see the least conflict, they are countries that are rich, democratic, and secure. So no surprise here. Right. But what is interesting is that, like, you know, just moving from poor to rich without changing any of the other dimensions, or moving from non-democratic and non-secure to non-democratic and secure, like, none of these, like, unidimensional shifts really, like, you know, allow you to get into this like the blue category of countries that are kind of, like, you know, that see very low conflict incidence. And again, I want to highlight, like, you know, that when we measure security, right, our security measure is really defined at baseline, right? So it's kind of how a country appears in 2007, which, like, you know, of course, this will be linked. We're not I mean, this is a descriptive exercise, but like, you know, we are capturing the conflict that is kind of revealed after the measurement of security. And so just to give you some examples, so, you know, in poor, non-democratic and non-secure, you would find like your usual suspects, Somalia would clearly be in that category. The DRC as well. And then if you move, for example, to non-democratic, poor and secure, so that is where, for example, you would find Mozambique, which in 2007 appeared relatively safe, but of course, as we all know, was then subsequently kind of, like, you know, exposed to civil war. And then in rich countries that are non-secure, you would find, for example, in our classification, a country like Colombia, because it's upper middle income. But again, this is a like you know, of course, a country that then like you know, it's still exposed to civil conflict. Then looking at the decomposition in different types of violence, here again there are some interesting patterns. So last time when we presented this, like Dominic kind of said that this type of representation was really inspired by the medical sciences, because we try to, like, you know, kind of depict as many dimensions as possible in one single graph here. and there are like, you know, there's of course like a lot of detail in this in this picture, but like just a couple of interesting kind of patterns here. And I'll try to make the pointer. So pointer. Yeah, okay. So there's a pointer here. So clearly at the top of the graph, we see many kind of a very high share of state-based conflict events, right? So these are kind of our typical rebellions of like a non-state actor fighting the state. And these kind of conflicts, they account for the largest share of conflict incidents at the top of the figure. When we move down, the share of state-based conflict goes down, and it gets replaced by different types of conflicts. So first of all, in countries that are non-democratic and secure, we see a significant, like a substantial share of state repression. So that is the one-sided kind of violence by governments. And I mean, it's clear. I mean, there's a clear intuition, of course, behind this. So the idea here is that, like, you know, perhaps these are countries that are able to improve their security by investing in security forces. But this may come at the expense of having to repress the population. The share of repression goes down, and so we see that, like, in this kind of bottom. In these bottom categories, and in particular in the blue cell here, we see that there's a very high share of one-sided events by non-government actors. So this is terrorism, right? So, you know, one way we can then think, of course, about kind of ReCIPE and policies trying to change conflict events is that these policies are perhaps ways of helping countries to move in this diagram from possibly red all the way to blue. And so this is like how we try to again depict this in a relatively simple graph. So we have in our framework this dimension of poor towards rich. So one thing that policies can try to do is to move countries to the rich part. And these are, like, you know, of course, policies that try to boost prosperity, are typical kind of development interventions. And so in the context of ReCIPE and the 9 themes, the themes that we associate with, like, boosting economic activity are indicated in the graph here. So these would be themes 1 up to 5. Of course, like, this is simplifying a bit, but like this is where we can situate primarily those themes. Then we can also think about, like, you know, policies that promote inclusiveness, so that help countries to move from non-democracy to a democracy. There are many themes in ReCIPE that, like, you know, that talk about institutions and about inclusiveness, and those themes, they're listed here on the graph. And then finally, there are policies that are purely focused on security. And so those are policies that could help countries to move from a non-secure state to a more secure state. Again, we listed the relevant themes here. So we think of this framework as kind of linking this country classification to the different themes of ReCIPE, with the underlying idea, of course, that ultimately all of these themes are linked, and that probably, if we really want to kind of, you know, help countries to reduce their conflict risk, we need to invest in all of these dimensions at the same time. So I think the conclusion is just repeating like many things that I already mentioned. So I think all of this I actually already talked about. But I think the bottom line, and this is also what Dominic said at the start, I think we see this framework, like, you know, it's just one way of doing this type of classification. And as Dominic mentioned, we were initially a bit reluctant to even start this exercise. But I think that, like you know, it has at least the benefit of providing kind of a very simple and clear framework that already generates some insights, and that can help in some sense to be a kind of an entry point to like a more a richer analysis where you would, for example, try to unpack, you know, this democracy, non-democracy distinction. And you may think that like, you know, well, there's even within democracies, there are like of course, like big differences in political institutions, which all have their interactions with conflict processes. But like, you know, in some sense, our classification would then say, well, that means that now we're kind of like, you know, doing a study that really is trying to focus on, for example, like democratic non-secure. So we're really interested in potentially these countries and in unpacking kind of like relevant kind of mechanisms more in that area, right? So in that sense, we don't see this as an all-encompassing framework, but just as an entry point to kind of situate the work that we are doing as part of ReCIPE. And also, like, you know, this is in some sense a bit of a top-down exercise, and I'm moving a bit away from the I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that, but I'm moving a bit away from the paper to talk about ReCIPE. Can I do that?
Kind of perfect timing. One more minute. And then...
Okay, so we had a meeting recently with FCDO to talk about ReCIPE, and so we had the good news that we would actually be able to launch our first call for proposals, which was not guaranteed until very recently. But one of the things, I mean, like as Dominic mentioned, we really engaged in this exercise, like you know, because of the strong interest from FCDO in these questions. And you know, we kind of like the exercise we took here is really a top-down effort where we try to kind of like come up with a classification that we could potentially try to fit results into. But as part of ReCIPE, what we're also going to promote is something that's a bit more top-down. I think, like, you know, in the work that's going to be funded by ReCIPE, we'll actually encourage authors to think about the scope conditions of their research, which is something that political scientists are very good at. Or at least, like, you know, like they have a lot more experience in doing this. For economists, is a bit new, right? So we're going to kind of like, you know, encourage people to think, once they have results, to think like about where these results apply. And so a framework like this one could be interesting for such exercises. But of course, like, you know, it may be that depending on the exact study, the relevant dimensions of heterogeneity are a bit different from the ones that we identified, right? So in that sense, like, you know, there will be a more bottom-up kind of country heterogeneity kind of analysis undertaken by ReCIPE as well. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
So we have the pleasure to welcoming our wonderful discussant, Tommaso TV.
So, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. So, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for this interesting paper. I'm very happy that you overcame your initial reluctance to do this exercise, because it provides a nice broad picture and introduction to these special issues. I mean, it's a rich typology linking economic, political, and security precondition of conflict likelihood, and also, as we have seen, conflict type. And I mean, I like this idea of trying to reason a little bit about ideal types to simplify complex variation without getting stuck in the causal identification orthodoxy. I mean, telling this as a former priest of the orthodoxy, but still it's reassuring that as economists, as a profession, we can still think from a broader perspective. And of course, the cross-country focus over the micro-level identification is appropriate, as you discussed, to show macro complementarities and to make us think about policy categorization and how to frame the policy discussion. I mean, they present a descriptive apparatus based on these three elements: economic condition, political and institutional condition, and security and military conditions. And of course, I praise the parsimony of the framework, and you defended the 2 to the power of 3 sweet spot. So I'm not challenging the number and not adding dimension to. But yet there are 2 issues that maybe deserve a further discussion and might be discussed a little bit more when interpreting the classification. One, of course, is from a theoretical perspective, and the second is more empirical. From a theoretical perspective, I mean, all the data-driven categorization, these 3 dimensions relies on level indicators, income per capita, level of democracy, and this measure of the security apparatus. While, of course, I mean, you are the experts, I'm not. In the literature, most of the time we tend to isolate as conflict determinants more second moments of these dimensions, like income inequality, ethnic fractionalization, ideological polarization, elite cohesion at the top level, or civic capital and societal cohesiveness. So it's more the variation and the division within a polity that lead to conflict. Again, I'm not suggesting other dimensions. I'm just wondering whether there might be a little bit more of discussion of whether these are endogenous variables correlated with the 3 dimensions, or are mediating factor, or maybe both. But putting this into the picture, maybe it's creating a bridge between the theoretical literature, which is amplifying your the scope of your exercise. I mean, the second comment is more empirical. It's about the security index. And again, as I said, I don't want to increase the dimensionality. I don't want to reduce the dimensionality from 3 to 2 dimensions, but still, this 3rd dimension is a little bit, it seems, looking at your tables, it seems a little bit asymmetric with respect to the other 2, because the other 2 are big drivers. I mean, at least looking at the variables, especially income, is a big driver of conflict. Even if you play with a simple linear probability model with your data in figure 5, I mean, the rich dummy is the most important correlate of the conflict measure, the democracy dummy as well, while the security dummy not that much when you control for the other. Actually, it's important only for rich countries and democratic countries. This is true in the linear probability model, but it's true in your table, because indeed in figure 1, the security dimension really works to inflate conflict when you move from rich plus democratic plus non-secure to rich plus democratic plus secure. So this points to the fact that this security dimension is capturing a more local complementarity. It's very local. It's talking to rich democratic countries, and there this dimension seems to be relevant, while it's not a so global complementarity, while income and democracy are much more of drivers of your conflict. So I'm wondering whether this is the case, or it's also a matter of the measure you use. Again, I'm not the expert, so you are. There might be tons of reasons why you use this indicator instead of others. Maybe some discussion might be done to defend the measure also in comparison to other measures. That seems more related to what you refer to as state capacity, because sometimes you talk about security, and for sure the measure you use is very much related to security, also security perceptions and perception of security threats. While other times you talk more about infrastructure and state capacity. The measure you use is merging a little bit the 2 dimensions. I'm wondering whether there might be another measure which focus more on state capacity alone, which seems the theoretical construct that you have most of the time in mind during your discussion. Then last 2 comments, one on the conflict dummy and another one on the policy discussion you have in section 4. I mean, again, these nice descriptive exercise. It would be nice, and you have a nice robustness exercise on the intensity of the violence episodes, because the first dummy is just having one episode recorded over the sample period in a country, which is a little bit broad as a measure of a country being involved in violent conflict. Then you have this exercise on more than 10 episodes. I'm wondering, because this measure is masking a lot of intensity in the frequency, intensity in the impact of those episodes, whether there might be something more in figure 5 in terms of these violence episodes. I mean, you left me wondering whether still in a simple format, whether we could get more information from figure 5 in terms of the intensity of these violence episodes and the share of the different categories in the last tables. I mean, last comment on the policy. I really liked your overview and your general discussion linking conflict types and policy responses. And as you emphasize in your discussion, these complementarities between different policy responses, trust building and institutional legitimacy that should work hand in hand with enforcement effort. But at the end of the day, if I read your final discussion on conflict types, rebellion, repression, and terrorism, they very much look to different tales of disenfranchisement and institutional quality. You have some minorities of different numerosity, different power, different emotions, which feels disenfranchised from not only from the political game, but from the political and economic game. And so the real policy response is inclusion, which may translate into sometimes democracy, sometimes redistribution, sometimes territorial control, sometimes participation. Most of the time, all of these, because of the complementarities that you emphasize, depending on the setting and the country environment.
Yeah, thanks so much. So we have perfect timing again. We have 9 minutes for a general discussion.
Yeah.
Hello, yeah, thank you. Well done. I had two comments. One is on the institutional side. I think you chose a way of measuring it, which is very fudged. Like there's lots of things in there, right? It would be nice to have like a more pure kind of way of measuring institutions. Like what is it actually that this captures? No, democracy is such a big term, and then so I think VDEM and some of this more pure in that sense, or subparts of VDEM, I don't know. The second comment is I think that it struck me really in the current environment that we need to speak to the internationalization of violence. And of course, you have contributed to this yourself with resource wars and these kind of things, right? But I think that terrorism obviously is very much internationalized as well. And I think that having a paragraph or something on the fact that these are not purely internal processes, but that they are very often driven by outside interests, financed directly from outside, right? And these kind of things, I think that's relevant to flag in this environment we are in, where we are seeing the increasing leverage of the external factors on violence.
Here.
Hi, thanks. Just a small point that I think it relates to the comment by Tommaso.
It's very interesting to see that the wealth gradient is very important across all categories, but it's much, much smaller in non-secure environments. So when you compare the difference between the conflict incidence between rich and poor, in the third line where you have non-secure environment, that gradient is much, much smaller. So I think those interactions and complementarities deserve a lot of attention as well, because yeah, basically the numbers are quite stark.
Oh, so just one question and one other question related to timing. So it seems that you don't use any time variation. So you're just bunching together the stuff over these 25 years or what it was. My question was just to what extent you have simultaneity with the security measure, and couldn't you use like a classification based on the first half of the sample and then look at conflict outcomes for the second to avoid it? And even more general, wouldn't we be interested in seeing something on the dynamics? So if you look at the democracy income literature, for instance, you have a positive correlation, but then if you look at dynamics, it switches sign. So you get democratizations that get more likely in a context of negative growth shocks. So doing the same analysis in long differences might be an interesting insight as well.
There was.
Yeah. Very, very interesting project. Glad to see you all working on this. Two quick thoughts. So one is, you know, in UCDP, right? I'm interested in measurement error here in particular, like, you know, wealthier and more democratic countries just have a more open media environment. So to the extent that we're using a media-based event tracker, it's easy to imagine how across these different categories, we're simply better able to detect non-state violence in a democratic, wealthier place or something like that in a way that matters for the kind of comparisons that you draw. There's also some interesting coding choices within UCDP. So I think robustness to like ACLID or one of these other off-the-shelf measures would be good to show. And then second, you know, if we take the Kalivas and Balcells argument seriously, you referenced the piece in the presentation, like structural, international, systemic conditions, polarity across the world, like really matters for the incidence and conduct of war, right? And so in that sense, like 2007 is a really particular moment to use as a baseline. It's like arguably the kind of the last days of true American unipolarity, and it kind of the conflicts happening in 2007 precipitate, you know, the increasingly multipolar world that we have today. So just like if you are interested in that piece, I'd encourage you to think about how the system level security dynamics kind of feed in apart from just country level conditions.
Side and back to you. Yes.
I think the exercise is very interesting, but I'm a bit puzzled, honestly. I'm actually quite puzzled by the security dimension, because essentially, to me, the security dimension that you put forward, it looks like an outcome of what you try to classify. Because if I understand correctly, somehow we would like, because you see, Dominic, you are talking about a priori. So on the security dimension, there seems to be some a priori selection on your behalf. So we have to choose a certain amount of feature. The amount of feature must be sufficiently small in order to have a bunch of category, right? So ideally, I thought we would like to select, I don't know how, features that are sufficiently on the determinant side. So the level poverty is generally speaking about economic development, so to speak, and that's okay. Democracy, you could relate it to economic, political development, inclusiveness, voice, and so on and so forth. And state capacity is certain another dimension. But security, I find it very hard to understand. Security to me is kind of an outcome, because so ideally we would like to have a classification where you have these big dimensions, and depending on these big dimensions, you try to classify what are the conflict that you put in. And of course, any type of conflict, including international conflict, can enter into the picture at this stage. But we would like to understand. So you see, it would be nice if you could defend a bit this, because you say, I just don't square it. So in a sense, what one could ask, if I flip it, what are the main, if I have to pick up 3 main dimensions of things that matter for conflict in different combination, but are not conflict as an outcome, what do I pick up? So somehow you list very relevant one, like economic development, political development, inclusiveness, and then state capacity. But security, to me, I feel a bit, this is an outcome.
Yeah. So I think this is the third or the fourth time that this point comes up. So it's probably, I'm not sure if you'll be able to respond to everything, but that point, we probably want to respond to quickly. So first clarification is that we do measure this in 2007, right? So at baseline, so there's no kind of direct temporal simultaneity, even though, of course, we all understand that there are like, there are underlying determinants that will correlate with like violence that takes place later. But I think the reason why we included this is, again, because like in some sense we were encouraged to do this exercise really from a policy, like by policymakers, and also to think about like the type of research that we would fund like in ReCIPE. And so in terms of like thinking about the countries for which our research is relevant, the first distinction that policymakers make is exactly along like this dimension. It's like countries that they consider to be fragile or non-fragile, which is something that is like quite descriptive and doesn't get at like the deep determinants of conflict that perhaps as economists we are often most interested in. But I think that it has at least, doing this has at least the benefit, I think, of highlighting that this baseline security dimension is actually not that predictive of later conflict as you might think, which is something that Tommaso also highlighted. The security indicator does not really see among the the 3 dimensions, it seems to be least correlated with observed violence. And that is interesting, right? Also from a policy perspective, because it means that you shouldn't just like, if you think about which countries to target, if you want to reduce conflict risk, you shouldn't just limit your target countries to countries that have observed insecurity, but you may want to think like a bit more. So that was our entry point. But I am very sympathetic actually to this criticism. I think if I were in your place, I would have like asked the same question potentially.
I mean, if I can complement this point, I guess why do we have this third dimension, right? I mean, one of the reasons is that there's a huge, well, in the debate, state fragility as a concept is huge, right? I mean, IGC they have a big number of conferences that are just about state fragility, and state fragility. Between state fragility, state capacity, insecurity, these terms, of course, they overlap. The definitions are not always clear, but the idea was that the third dimension we want to capture is something like that. But maybe, so the point is very well taken. We could indeed, do the same analysis where we pick a pure state capacity measure rather than insecurity measure. Of course, our first thought was about, well, isn't it tautological what we do? I mean, there's, in Fear and Later and the Collier-Höfler papers of 20 years ago, at some point, one of them had a variable insecurity, and we had the impression that it was tautological. Are we doing the same thing? Well, I think in our case, it's not that tautological because it's pre-sample, but it's clear that in some sense, given that among policymakers and among the media and among scholars from a variety of fields, there is this big belief that state fragility is a huge thing. It dismerits to have this as a third category in it. And then if, as Tommaso was saying, if it turns out that this third category is maybe less relevant than the other two categories, in some sense it's a result, right? It would show you that, well, actually economic things matter more than other things that have been highlighted in other, in other contexts. So I guess in that sense it's interesting, but I think we should do more. Maybe if I already, the microphone, let me maybe also answer to Chris' point. So it's clear that our sample is still kind of a world of Pax Americana, where we have multilateralism, we have a rule-based international order, and this world that started to crumble and be challenged a few years ago, right? But now, of course, the question is how fundamentally the world has shifted. Because if we believe that the world of today has nothing to do anymore with the Pax Americana that lasted for a century, and we're now in a completely different world order, then what this means would mean that, well, we can't do any statistics. Everything we do, every data we have that is older than 2 years old would not be a guide for the future. And so I think in some sense, on some dimension, many patterns that we see now, yesterday over dinner we had this discussion of, Michele shared a series of interesting conjectures with us, which reminded ourselves of the Contras in Nicaragua, and etc. So many things or some kind of high-level bargain between superpower that kind of decide on third countries and stuff. So many of these things we've seen in history, right? So in that sense, it's is it really a completely new world, or is it kind of at least some of the features would kind of still be relatable with elderly data? So that's kind of a deeper philosophical question, maybe.
Let's break now.
Okay.
Yes, hi, hello, Maria. Would you put you some slides by email, or if you have the USB, so I can. Yeah, okay. It's easier. I'll have the slides on the USB. Okay, I'll do it right now. This way. This way. Yeah. This way. This way. Yeah.
That's related to anything.
Scusatemi, un po'. Premo e non. Sì.
prova, prova, prova. Pronto, prova. Ok? Ti parlo su questi di tavola che sono più bassi. Eccolo qua. Prova, prova, prova. Li alzo un pelo questi. Adesso li apro. Prova, 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 prova. Prova. Ok. Ce l'hai questo? Testino che va e non... Ce l'hai? Prova, prova, prova. Tira un po' più su. Prova, 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 prova. Ok, meglio. Lo chiudo a questo. Prova, 1, 2, 3, pronto? Pronto, prova. Sì, vabbè, li provo tutti lo stesso. Prova, prova, prova. Lo chiudo.
Okay, so we're going to start with the first kind of thematic session. So from now on, we'll be going through the different themes of ReCIPE one by one. And so we start with the first theme, which is very broad: public policies for peace. And we're very happy that Elena Esposito here is here to introduce this topic to us.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I have a soft voice. Sorry. If it's annoying, I stop it. Thanks a lot. When Oliver and Dominic proposed us to do this literature review, I said, "Oh no, literature review!" Like it's precisely the part of presentation I don't listen to, and then it was maybe one of the most useful things I did this year. So I hope I transmit the enthusiasm I, in the end, gain out of this literature review. The questions made me afraid. So the questions that everybody here has can public policies affect incentives for violence and conflict? What are the most effective tools? The first thing was for us our topic is public policies. So how to identify, in principle, you could do everything, right? What are first order policies and how to deal with possible overlaps with each of the team is going to cover. This is boring. Let me reason out how we thought about this. So the policy focus, we thought that our team, and Dominic and Oliver, you have to agree on this, but our team is going to focus on policy that government, a Ministry of Education, Labor, Health, a regional or state governor could implement directly. What I mean directly, policies that directly target potential perpetrators of violence. Let me give you an example. Macroeconomic policy clearly matter for conflict, but then you do macroeconomic policies, then there's growth, and these are not the focus of our target. Whereas labor market intervention that directly target potential perpetrators of violence is going to be in our topic. Let me give you another example that maybe is more tricky. Informational campaigns, policies that transform the landscape of informations in a country, making it more democratic, won't be covered, won't be the primary scope of our review. Whereas informational campaign that directly target potential perpetrators will. I don't know if this is clear. It will be clearer soon. Then it goes back to the variants of violence you said. We primarily looked at conflict, but in the end, we also considered literature that examined crime, organized crime, and individual level crime for two reasons. First of all, if you think about, if you find yourself in many areas of Mexico or in suburbs of Chicago, substantially, the consequences for the population are similar, but more importantly, maybe we can learn from crime literature, and maybe some of the theoretical drivers that drive crime can also teach us something for conflict. And so in the terms of variants of violence, we've been broad. What we try to do, we review the literature, we try to understand what we know clearly and solidly enough to be able to give policy advice to policymakers. In terms of ideas, we've been broad. We borrow intuitions from economics, political science, social psychology, history. But when we distill policy lessons, we've been maybe strict, maybe too strict, I don't know, but we only distill policy lessons out of papers with a clear causal identified framework, either through RCT or clear identification strategy to tackle endogeneity constraints. When we claim there's policy lesson, there should be some evidence on that. This is the boring part. Let's go into the topic we covered. The first set of topic we covered are opportunity, resources, services, stuff you can give to potential perpetrators with the hope of reducing violence and conflict. So we looked at labor market policies, economic policies, welfare policies, cash, foreign aid. Then we looked at policies that target situations of violence related to illicit economies, And last, if opportunities don't work, we looked at policies that try to deter violence directly. For a long time, donors worldwide thought that creating jobs was the way to reduce violence. The theoretical rationale you all know, it's like giving alternative to people, jobs, good jobs, would decrease the appeal of illegal or predatory activities. It turns out that for a long time, why did we believe this? There's I won't cite you all, some people are also in this room, there's a long list of observational papers that show that economic shocks did have an effect on violence and interpreted as an opportunity cost explanation for violence. But then when you try to implement a program that was creating jobs, trying to teach people to do something, try to start a business, then the effect of violence, we didn't have evidence on that. We didn't have RCT for a long time that really worked for reducing crime and violence. I define these somehow the only, so I just cite a couple. Job Corps and Job Start looked at crime in the United States. Classic, I call them classical active labor market programs. Some effect on arrest, but these are the only one who find some effect, but these are super expensive programs. And when they tried to reproduce them in a cheaper version, it didn't work. Blattman, Freal, and Martinez in Uganda tried as well to foster entrepreneurship, agricultural entrepreneurship, if I'm not wrong. And again, it managed to increase entrepreneurship, especially of female, but no effect on pro-social threats and protest participation. So there was a lot to be deceived. Then Chicago people came out with some new hope for the people working on this. And I'm going to describe you three projects. AOAV, Blattman and Andan, 2016, the READY program, Butt et al., and Heller. This program, two are in Chicago, and one is in Liberia, if I'm not wrong. What do they have in common? They have in common, so think about standard active labor market program. You have a hard skill component where you try to teach people stuff, and a soft skill component when you try to give transversal skills. What my take is that all these successful new programs that we have in common is that the soft skill part is very important. Let me be more precise. Soft skill tutoring, monitoring / therapies. Changing people's way of doing things, but mostly thinking about things. That seems what most of these successful programs have in common. What do we learn out of these programs? We learn that, first of all these programs focus on soft skills, and they also target high-risk group. My reading of this is that participation to conflict and crime are rare events. So for programs to be able to detect an effect, it's hard, you need large scales. All these programs target very high-risk group. READY focus on a mix of algorithm and social workers referral to choose the sample pool. Heller focus on very high-risk neighbor of Chicago. Blattman and Hannah, I think they select people formerly employed in mercenary jobs, but very high-risk groups. I would say this is the rationale. So if we want to design active labor market programs that are effective, it seems that the ones who target very carefully subject pools, it counts. If you don't tackle people that have been involved for a lifetime, but you tackle people that are maybe entering criminal or predatory activities, it might help. Soft skills are going to be the core. So what all these programs have in common is that we don't try to teach them much. READY programs, if I understand well, just put them in McDonald's or in 7-Eleven. Heller is a summer program, so they just make them work. What we really does is to try to think that soft skill monitoring, tutoring, cognitive behavioral therapy. This is element, part of the treatment that is booming. I saw that our pre-registered trial of cognitive behavioral therapy interventions are increasing rapidly. What is cognitive behavioral therapy? It's therapy that's focused on thoughts. Sorry if you know, just to be. So the idea is that some thoughts are maladaptive, so they evolved for a reason, but then they might get you stuck in war bad frame of thoughts, and the therapy help you to refrain and think about these bad thoughts. And there's evidence that working on these thoughts for people with externalized behavior related to aggression can, in fact, change things big time. I'll tell you more about this. Last, entering these programs, of course, require from the standpoint of participants a lot of will, because participating to group therapy is not easy. It might require a lot of personal investment, and it turned out that Reddy gave $25 per therapy session to subjects, I think. Blattman and Hannah also gave cash that matter a lot. So we might consider that encouraging, since this sort of transformation is more personally challenging than attending a course for planting plants. Cash seems to be an interesting part of the intervention to test. Okay. What research is needed? So the limited effect of classical programs might be because participation to conflict is a rare event and we need to target high-risk group. Or the other alternative I think we have is to construct census-like data. So we have the full populations. Think about the work of Pinotti, Melo, and authors, co-authors. They constructed the full census of Brazilians, and then they looked at the effect of unemployment benefits. If we will be able to construct census type of data that tell us who fights, then maybe that's another way instead of targeting. Or we find new tools for targeting people. So if we go to low-income countries, who should we target? This is a question we will have to answer. What art skill to teach? Should we stop thinking that we can design active labor market programs where we teach useful things, we understand what the market will need? Maybe this is context dependent. Maybe in low-income countries, you still need some training. This is all questions. We need some discipline answers. What soft skills? So NGOs throughout South America are very excited by the result on cognitive behavioral therapy. There's a lot of programs that invented variations of this. We're gonna have to change a bit as economists and either become very good friends of psychologists or trying to figure out things themselves. What is key in these programs? What are common things that work? Is it cognitive behavioral therapy the only way? There are other forms of therapy. There's some reason to be hopeful because one thing you might have is, okay, but how do we offer therapy to populations in fragile countries? Some good news. Group therapy sessions works if you're worried about cost effectiveness of this program. These interventions can be manualized, so you can come out of manuals where so scalability and replicability seems doable. I talked a few months ago with colleagues of us that was very hopeful in using ChatGPT as a deliverer of cognitive behavioral therapy. I thought this was idiotic, but maybe I'm narrow-minded, and maybe I'm open to be wrong. So, but now we need to really understand what these soft skill part / cognitive behavioral therapy of components are, what it contains, when it works, when it doesn't work, depending on the context. I was reading an interview of the founder of the Soft Mind programs, is providing therapy across Africa to heal depressions. He was saying that there's a lot of context dependence in the efficacy of therapies. All these things now are on the table. We need to figure it out. In conflict zone, is it realistic to expect that we can implement these programs? Can we think of lighter form of support like cash? More on this. And then, it's about active labor market program. If as it seems. People participating to conflict and illegal activity are sensitive to small change in legal income. Maybe there's a lot of scope for research that investigates taxation, earn income tax credits. And again, for that, we need administrative data. Okay, I'm very late. So ask the chair how much time we have.
Yes, 8 minutes.
Oh,
Started a bit late.
Okay, so we move to education, and here again, research gap. I know some people in the room are working on this. There's very limited studies looking at the effect of increasing education on conflict. There's a lot on crime. Assuming that the two things follow similar, but this is not granted, follow similar theoretical mechanism. Let's try to see what we learn. More education, better education, all your education, reduce crime. Is it the same for conflict? We need to understand. I know Dominic and Alessandro have been working on this. Why does it do it? It seems, again, all driven by personality traits that education can shape. And again, some of the most interesting piece of work focus on cognitive behavioral therapy informed curricula. Again, Chicago people still in Liberia treating subjects at very high risk only with therapy or therapy and cash. After 10 years, you see a decrease in a bunch of violence-related outcomes. Sorry, I have to speed up because I didn't manage. What do we want to know? We want to know, again, conflict and extremism. Okay. Then, other topic, welfare. So, okay, we can offer education. We can think about active labor market programs that work. Or we can support in individuals in situations of stress, financial stress. We looked at unemployment benefits, food programs, and epidemic, a sort of stress, and we found the evidence that providing cash, unemployment benefits, break the link between unemployment and violence, both in Brazil and India, Maoist violence. McGeer and Burke finds that increasing food prices increase violence, and there's space to understand whether food programs can ease this. Cervellati et al. And a bunch of people also looked at epidemics as a source of stress and found that indeed Ebola, HIV, malaria epidemics increase violence, mostly riots and conflict, and policies that mitigate these epidemics reduce violence. So there's a high potential shock absorbing role of welfare policies. How do we implement this in rural or informal context where there's no labor market, where a labor market is informal? How do we implement programs that tackle food insecurity? And with climate change, how do we design policies that buffer people for shocks related to climate change? I think this is where the areas we are interested to see research. And then 5 minutes to summarize. So with Austin says we divided our work vertically. So now I have to summarize in 5 minutes. Austin's part is not very nice by me. So apologies for this, but Chris will be able to. Okay, so the last package in terms of giving opportunity to people we examine is aid and cash transfer. Aid, too much aid is not good. What happened is something that Italians that receive the PNRR money know very well. Too much aid, you end up funding projects that shouldn't be funded. You invent things that are not very necessary, and you make partnership with people that are not very reliable. So the effect of aid is mixed. It seems to matter a lot the institutions of the country receiving and how much this aid can be grabbed. There's a very positive lesson here related to cash transfer, giving cash. Dominic has been working on this. it's very rare in economics, but all programs we examined that give cash to people worked, reduce violence in different settings. So there's some positive lesson there. Austin is very curious and worried about examining the effect of the collapse of UZ in a lot of settings. All the literature that look at cash and foreign aid explored variation in intensive margin of aid. The collapse of UZ represent a massive change in the extensive margin. So we want to know what happened there and to understand how do we give cash in fragile settings where these programs are not easy to implement. There's interesting work in Afghanistan, a cash given to women in the house. A lot of evidence on the implementation details of these programs. And then I'm going to skip the slides on illicit markets because I won't be able to be. And I conclude with this part of, it's not a residual part, but then all the review focus on policy where we basically give stuff to people if, as an alternative, is to deter violence directly. We examine 3 tools. The first tool is information, telling somehow people not to fight, or giving information directly to people not to fight through media, television, radio, mobile, digital app. It looks like there are important effect on trust, on demobilization. It all depends on the content of the message. So everybody reminds the paper by Yanganizawa Drott looking at radio effect on the massacre, the Rwandan massacre. There's interesting research that says, can we use radio also to promote positive things? Again, it seems like a lot depends on the content of the message, how it's provided. And then we looked at 2 other policy tools. The refugee repatriations, this is Austin's that introduced me to this stream of research. I find it very, very interesting. A lot of instability worldwide is related to the fact that a massive amount of people are displaced, forcibly displaced, and there's no policy that easily solve these situations. The 3 options, you go back, you go to a country in the global north, you stay in the hosting countries, are complicated for different reasons. So Austin's line of research is trying to explore how easy it is to send people back, giving cash transfers. This is one area of research where we need a lot of work. Last, borders, walls, fences, surveillance systems, how these obstacles for people moving from one place to the other are effective. It turns out they're very effective. The evidence we have so far shows that barriers contribute to national security. They also have a potential economic cost. So we need to understand when it's important enough to pay this economic cost. Okay, I think I stop here. Sorry, it was a lot of stuff, I know, but yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. So we move to the discussion by Chris Blair.
Thank you all, and especially to Elena and Austin for a great paper. You know, violence, it doesn't need more motivation than it's gotten already, but you know, violence is an extreme problem around the world for development, for international security. ACLA data suggests something like 1/3 of all people on the planet live in one of these highly conflict affected settings, and other ACLA data shows this 25% increase in political violence in the past year, meaning that about 12.5% of all people in the world lived within 5 kilometers of a violent incident. And especially in the context of, you know, geostrategic upheaval in the Middle East, in Ukraine, the South China Sea, right? There's this real premium on cost-effective policy interventions, both because the U.S. has significantly cut its development and conflict stabilization programming, and also because, you know, other major donors, such as countries in Europe, are retooling for defense spending, which necessarily means money coming out of the foreign aid budget. So this is a really timely intervention in the literature and a useful survey of what we know about what works and what doesn't. So just briefly, right, the paper is focused on these policies that lie directly within the control of individual governments or subnational governments that don't depend on international cooperation or these private sector actors. Some of the things I particularly like are both this broad view of conflict that the authors take, right, viewing conflict as a continuum from crime through communal violence all the way to civil wars, terrorism. And they study a really diverse range of policies that Elena just told us about. The key findings again here, right? So active labor market programs, especially integrated with CBT interventions, can be highly effective, especially for these at-risk populations. Educational interventions with soft skills components also effective, especially when they're started early. And shocks and stressors are a key catalyst for unrest. Policies can help insulate against these, but of course, their implementation depends on institutional quality. And the authors also have a nice set of recommendations that I think it's worth touching on briefly before moving into some feedbacks for revision and extensions. So one is this need for good descriptive evidence that we heard in the first panel. I think that this is really important and probably something that will continue to come up today, but especially evidence from understudied contexts, right? Here's, just one map of the spread of impact evaluations by country, right? There's a ton in Kenya, in Brazil, in Mexico, and India, but none in Chad, for instance, right? So understanding these different contexts is super important. Embedding theory into program design in order to clarify and build causal evidence on mechanisms, also really important. And developing these new kind of integrated high-resolution microdata sets. So a really nice piece from the authors. The remainder of the time, I'll just focus on some comments. So first on conceptualization, I think it's really important to take the approach that they've done and study multiple types of violence along this continuum in a sort of integrated framework. I think that's particularly useful for crafting these generalized theories of conflict, because we want to be able to explain, gang violence in Haiti all the way up through kind of like conventional civil war in Myanmar. But I think in the current piece, there are a few types of violence that for one reason or another, fall out of view. Electoral violence in particular is a huge kind of accelerant for broader political violence. But we might also think about things like ethnic riots, genocide, and politicide that matter in contemporary international politics that don't receive as much treatment in the paper. And I think either explaining why you focus on the types of violence that you do, or broadening the frame just a bit to incorporate these other kind of varieties of violence would be useful. Thinking about those other varieties of violence also raises this point that government-initiated violence plays a really important role in all of these conflict settings. And the paper is kind of benign on the way that the state's coercive apparatus operates, either in parallel to or at crossroads with or in complement to some of this other development programming. It wasn't, for instance, clear why all of these like community policing interventions wouldn't also fall under the scope of public policies for peace. So I think you could do a bit more to talk about that aspect. And more broadly, to think about the ways that we see conflicts transition from one form to another, right? Existing studies seem better suited for detecting effects on the incidence or severity of a specific type of conflict, like crime, gang violence, or civil war, than about telling us about shifts between types of violence. But very often we see a potential rebel force demobilizes, civil war violence declines, but then gang violence or kind of cartel style violence might increase in a setting like that. Second, I think you should pay a bit more attention to the international dimensions of conflict. For one, interstate warfare is back, right? We can see it in Ukraine, between India, Pakistan, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, among others, right? We know exceedingly little about how to build peace in these places suffering high-intensity interstate war, but it's easy to imagine unique policy challenges that apply in these settings. And so I think, maybe some speculative takes on how the lessons generalize to contexts like this is going to be important. But also within the kind of range of conflicts like civil wars that you're talking about, like existing evidence actually suggests that the transnational dimensions of conflict are really critical. Just to take one example, the famous Beef, Kristia, and Nikolapov paper on counterinsurgency and community-driven development in Afghanistan finds this nice average effect of community-driven development and reducing conflict, but it doesn't hold in areas near the border with Pakistan, which is exactly kind of where the Taliban was drawing support from these key sanctuaries. So I think paying attention to the ways that transnational dimensions of conflict can undermine the efficacy of the interventions, also something that warrants more discussion in the paper. And then just briefly on scope conditions, right? I mean, state capacity seems like an operative constraint here, and there's not as much engagement in the piece with the issues of implementation failure. But I think it would be good to tell us more about, how governments with limited reach or legitimacy could actually deploy some of these tools that you talk about. Okay, briefly on the theory and the literature, the opportunity cost section is very straightforward. The grievance-based and non-material explanations for violence felt a little bit thin. And I think that's understandable, right? You're economists, so focusing on opportunity costs seems natural, or treating non-material explanations, things like ideology, as instrumental, also seems natural. But in the political science literature, I think that there's been a bit of development in those literatures that it's worth engaging with. So one is this great kind of series of projects culminating in a book by Lars Erik Cederman and co-authors, where they really point to the role of horizontal inequalities, which are between group inequalities, rather than the sort of vertical inequalities that Gurr talks about in Why Men Rebel, which is the book that you use to center some of the discussion around grievances. On emotions and psychology, Roger Peterson also has this great book that helps connect kind of individual and group level motivations for participation, and focuses on things like resentment, emotional factors that I think is also relevant here. And then ideology, right? There's been a kind of growing series of work on ideology that suggests that it's not strictly instrumental in many settings. And I think that building in some more discussion of this literature would help kind of flesh out those alternative explanations, which it's really important to kind of disentangle in the existing interventions. How much time do I have? 1 minute. Okay. I'll skip over this and just mention, one or two last things. So first, I thought that the role of technology warrants more discussion in the paper, right? We know technologies are reshaping the global economy and the modern battlefield. And you do talk about things like information operations, but I think a more systematic treatment would be valuable here. So one, right, like there's not much engagement with the literature on mis and disinformation, although you do talk again about the ways that mass communication technologies can act as stressors or as tools for preventing conflict. But I think there's other ways that technology can also matter here, right? For instance, like the green revolution in India, or interventions that improve the kind of like drought resistant crops and things like that. Like all of those are really potentially impactful. Telemedicine is another one, right? Where like you mentioned AI delivery of CBT interventions, but I think this is another key way that technology can matter. And just some final thoughts. There are political interventions like electoral reforms and quotas that it might be worth thinking about, because there's similar RCT or kind of quasi-experimental evidence on these. And then, I think if you could just say one word in the piece about adaptive interventions, ways to shift the kind of programs that you have in the field in response to changing violence patterns, that would also be really useful to hear about. But an exciting and timely piece.
Okay, thanks a lot. So we have about 5 minutes left for questions. Yeah, Hannes.
So I'm personally very interested in prevention and preventative action, and I guess it's a bit harder to directly link specific policies to prevention, right? Because it's kind of like, how do you think about this? But given the discussants points now, I think that, kind of like, can you think about the buildup of ideology? Can you think about like de-radicalization? Things like, in Germany, we have a lot of NGOs that talk to neo-Nazis, and maybe this kind of sort of thing could fall into this part, I guess.
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering a little bit more about the focus on specifically these governmental policies and why we would need for that to occur with a policy focus. Because you could have a policy focus in countries providing the aid or providing the programs that could be implemented through non-governmental organizations, informal institutions, and in fact, the evidentiary base for the efficacy of these programs is pretty strong, and that would circumvent the state capacity constraint that Chris identified. So I was kind of wondering why we would need to limit to just states.
Other questions? Yeah, so
Sorry, yeah, I just also wondered why there wasn't much international focus, sort of, international pressure, or even, I don't know, kind of, it seemed very domestic oriented. But maybe I was wrong, yeah.
It is. It was. This was mostly out of a fear of overlapping with other teams, but we might have exaggerated the fear of overlap. So I asked Oliver and Dominic later to reconsider whether we should in fact take this. Christopher was suggesting the same. So yeah, because there are going to be a lot of people talking during this conference. We didn't want to spoil them there, but maybe there's actually the space for taking into account the international perspective by looking at the policies we're specifically examining, like Christopher suggested. So maybe there's space for us on this. I need to think. I don't know. Why not NGO? No, we do care about, so many of these programs are NGO based. We took the policy government perspective because if you think about scalability, I guess at some point you want interventions to be scaled up and provided to the full countries. So the lessons are for the policymakers that scale up things. This was the idea. But yeah, we need to be more precise and say clearly NGO, the sectors, service can do a lot. NGO can do a lot. That was the idea. Thanks a lot, Christopher, for the comment. Ideology, the radicalizations. I had to go fast on that. Cognitive behavioral therapy interventions are very promising. It's not all we have potentially. Things about perspective taking exercises in school, mediation skills. Can this be learned? Can you design simple, manualizable, effective programs that everybody in a school follows? Mediation. Does this have an effect on conflict beyond crime? It's not clear that CBT work for extremists or terrorists. I don't think a terrorist, I don't think Al-Shabaab people would sit on a therapy session. So where they try to, and maybe the drivers of terrorist violence are not even the one that CBT tackled. I mean, it's a question. I don't know. We need to figure that out. Maybe yes, maybe not. So, but there's scope there in the big pot of skills, the scope to see whether perspective taking mediations are forms of interventions that matter also for other type of conflict. I think this is super interesting. There's a lot of space. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, so we move on to the second theme, which is focused on institutions, and so we're very happy that Laura Mayoral is here to introduce the theme for us.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, oh, that's loud. Thank you so much for inviting me to present this. So Hannes and I have written this survey. We've read a lot and we possibly haven't read enough. It's a very long, it's a large area. So please let us know if you missed something very important in our discussion. So our role here was to try to summarize the literature on institutions, development, and peace. And all these variables evolve over time. So the quality of institutions, the depth of democracy, the number and the severity of conflicts all evolve. So just to motivate the importance of this theme, let me just show you what are the trends at the moment. As you all know, global democracy is in decline. I showed you these graphs back in February. Now I've updated them with the last observation for 2024, and the trend continues to deteriorate. So as you see, the first graph presents the number of conflicts through depending on conflict type, and the trend is bad, as we all see. The graph at the bottom shows the evolution of democracy globally. It's the same index, but the difference between the four graphs is that they've been averaged in order to get a global index differently. So the first one is country averages, second one is average by population, et cetera, et cetera. So the average person now enjoys a level of democracy that was equivalent to that in 1984 levels. So after many years of improvement in the quality of institutions and democracy, now the trend is clearly backwards. So a natural question that arises is whether these trends are related. And in order to answer this question in a proper way, one needs to understand what are the causal links and the feedback loops that link these variables. So more generally, the two questions that primarily we aim to answer in this survey is, how do institutions shape peace or violence? And what are the feedback loops? So how conflict in turn has an impact on violence and the quality. So how violence impacts the quality of institutions. So let's just take a first look at the data. Let's just look at correlations. So this graph is a bin scatter plot. So we are plotting here the deciles. On the x-axis, there is an index of democracy, and on the y-axis, we have the share of months in conflict. And as you see, basically, democracy is a tremendous predictor of peace. So at the bottom, we see conflict countries that enjoy a lot of democracy and very little conflict. These graphs, which have been borrowed by Besley and Person, they represent on the x-axis, sorry that the axes are reversed. Here we have number of years in civil conflict, and on the x-axis we have proxies for state capacity. We have legal capacity, legal structure and property right capacity on the left, and fiscal capacity, in particular tax share over GDP. And we observe these negative trends, right? So violence and lack of state capacity also go together. But of course, correlations are misleading. So we need to identify what are the causal mechanisms, and this is what we try to summarize in this review. So in the survey, we synthesized the literature exploring these two arrows of causality, from institutions to conflict and vice versa. So in a nutshell, we focus on three different types of institutions: political, administrative or state capacity, and economic. And we would like to examine how they impact the emergence or prevention of internal armed conflict. We propose a set of policy recommendations that I don't know whether I will have time to cover. And we also outline a forward-looking research agenda that hopefully will be useful for young scholars. So let me just start defining very briefly what institutions are. So inspired by North. So institutions are just the rules of the game in a society, or more formally, the humanly devised constraints that shape human interaction. So institutions, they do these important things. They shape incentives, and also they constrain and also share power. So there are different types of institutions, and because our time is limited, we focus on these three: political institutions, state capacity, economic institutions. This means that we don't review informal institutions, so social norms, traditions that could either reinforce or undermine formal rules, and we don't review either international institutions. So entering into the topic, the first type of institutions we examine is political institutions, which are the rules and procedures that determine how political power is acquired, exercised, and constrained. So Acemoglu and Robinson distinguish between de jure political institutions and de facto. So de jure is everything that is on a piece of paper, so the legal political institutions, and de facto power derives from the distribution of resources in society. And actually both are very important, and de facto power often determines how de jure political institutions work. So for instance, think of a democracy that on paper looks very nice because it has a constitution and it has some elections, but then when voters go to the poll station, there is violence, there is voter intimidation, etc., etc. So the final outcome possibly is not going to be a good one. So there are possibly many more links that link political institutions and conflict, but let me just focus on these three. So the first one is that political institutions might raise the cost of conflict. And this is so because good political institutions have an impact on economic outcomes, and therefore, through the impact on wages, the opportunity cost of rebellion can increase, and therefore people have less incentives to become a rebel, and they will have more incentives to just go to work every morning. Second causal channel that we review is that conflict, political institutions can also reduce the rewards of conflict. So a rebel group might decide to go to work because they want access to power or they want access to natural resources. But if political institutions already grant these resources, then the incentives to engage in conflict get reduced. And the final mechanism that we focus on is that political institutions, and in particular democratic institutions, can help solving commitment problems. So let me just give, I'm going to skip most of this. All the references are in the paper, of course. So as I was saying, political institutions have an important impact on economic outcomes. So good political institutions can foster economic development, which will probably have a good impact on wages. So opportunity cost of joining a rebellion will increase. But in addition to the overall wealth or overall income in the economy, they can also have an impact on the distribution of income. So for instance, there is evidence that ethnic favoritism tends to decrease in democracy. For instance, Burgess et al. Show that in the context of road building in Kenya, periods where democracy is working better, this ethnic favoritism tends to decrease, tends to get more muted. There are other papers that show that ethnic favoritism exists, and this reduces. So whenever a leader from a region is elected, that region tends to develop more. And another Guarnieri shows that this favoritism is linked to conflict. So by muting ethnic favoritism, conflict can also get reduced. This, by the way, also links with the previous paper in the sense that horizontal and within inequalities can also be affected by the type of political institutions. In general, better political institutions will decrease inequalities, and therefore, through that channel, will have an impact on conflict. A different channel emphasized by Beasley and Muller is that volatility has been shown to trigger adversarial politics and conflict, and strong executive constraints tends to reduce this volatility. So this could be another channel through which political institutions can help in reducing conflict. So this was in relation to the increase of the opportunity cost of conflict. The second channel that we've emphasized is that the price at stake in conflict can be smaller when institutions are good. So typically groups are more likely to fight when the price at stake is high and security of future claim is low. Therefore, inclusive democratic institutions that share power and distribute resources, they reduce the stakes of getting to power, and in this sense, they will lower the incentives to engage in conflict. So there is evidence that politically excluded groups are more prone to conflict, and there is also evidence that when the course of the resources is not that bad if the institutions are good. No, think of Norway versus other more conflictive places. A third channel is that political institutions help resolve commitment issues. So parties, conflict is inefficient, so parties would prefer not to fight. If they do so, it's because they might not be able to find an agreement so that they can resolve their differences. And one of the channels, one of the reasons that provoke this failure in the negotiation is precisely commitment problems. So political institutions can help resolve these problems. So Acemoglu and Robinson, for instance, they argue that democratization was granted to citizens as a strategic response to revolutionary threats. So elites chose to expand political rights and allow democratic reforms, not because they were super cool, thank you, but just to avoid violent uprisings. So by conceding representation to other groups, they make a credible and more durable commitment to share power and resources. So there is also empirical evidence that we summarize in the paper. So these are the three channels that we wanted to mention. So let's focus next on state capacity. Some of these channels will appear here again. So let's review them. So state capacity is closely related to institutional quality, but it particularly highlights how well the system works in practice. So it refers to the operational effectiveness of the state, and more concretely to its ability to raise revenue, also called fiscal capacity, and a number of other abilities, such as being able to provide reliable judicial institutions, being able to enforce property rights and contracts, and also deliver essential public goods. So some empirical regularities, state capacity, even though we take it for granted in many economic analysis, it still remains a major challenge in many developing countries. So in the 2025 edition of the State's Fragility Report, 61 countries are still experiencing high or extreme fragility, and 72% of those living in extreme poverty actually live in these countries. Another empirical regularity, also connected to the first paper that we've seen today, is that countries group into clusters of development outcomes, and we're going to provide an explanation for this. So this derives this clustering of countries, the peaceful countries with a strong capacity and high income per capita, or just the other way around, political unstable countries with weak state apparatus and low GDP. And the reasons that have been put forward to explain this is that there are strong complementarities in the way that I'm going to discuss in a second. So I've been talking all the time about internal conflict, but let's talk for a second about external versus internal threats, because the role of state capacity is very different when we talk about external and internal conflict. So when we talk about external threats, they actually foster state capacity. So there is this famous quote by Tilly, "War made the state and a state made war." Why is this the case? So this is the case because when there is external threat, this generates common interests among the elite that have suddenly a very high incentives of investing in strong fiscal institutions and effective governance in order to raise revenue and being able to fight this external threat. So these graphs, also borrowed from Besley and Person, they show precisely that. So they have the share of years in external war in the x-axis and fiscal capacity on the y-axis. These are the same graphs that I've shown you before, just to contrast the two things. This is the same, but just for internal conflicts. So you see the trend completely changes. Now the relationship is negative, emphasizing the fact that the incentives here go the other way around, as we are going to discuss in a second. So with respect to the causal links that relate state capacity and internal conflict, we emphasize mostly three. There are possibly more. So the first one is the inability. So when a state is weak, it cannot provide the basic services of the state. First of all, security, but also education, health, etc., etc. We are also going to be talking about commitment problems and also about these investment traps that completely trap countries in one of these two equilibriums that we've just seen, the good one and the bad one. So with respect to low public good provision, so when a country is unable to deter a rebellion, the cost of organizing this rebellion is lower, and therefore we should expect more conflict just because it's cheaper. This is particularly true in the periphery of the states because countries that are weak tend to have more problems to control those areas that are far away. And this links to theories of state formation. So we can go back to the theories of the stationary bandits by Olson. So stationary bandits are those bandits that become stationary because they can raise revenue easily in an area, and therefore they have incentives to invest in it, as opposed to roving bandits that they prioritize short-term extraction over institution building. So there is empirical evidence of these two different channels, both in a historical setting, looking at the first states, how they arise in history, and also in a modern setting. So going back thousands of years, Meisher et al. Showed that places where tax collection was easy, they saw state creation also earlier. And Mayor and Alonso and Cheney, they also using historical data, they also showed that the ability to collect taxes also creates more political stability over time because the state can become more can become stronger. Using modern data, Sanchez de la Sierra shows a similar thing for Congo. In areas that are completely out of the state control, he shows that rebels that do state-like activities like collecting taxes and providing other state public goods, they tend to form in areas where taxation is easier. Well, let me skip this. But not only security is key, there are other, the provision of other public goods is also very important to deter conflict. For instance, low provision, thank you, of education and health decreases the opportunity cost of joining an insurgency, because again, lowering the opportunity cost. When state expenditures are politicized, for instance, when there is ethnic favoritism, there also increases the incentives for rebellion because the state becomes a prize that you can grab and then you take it for your own kin. There is also evidence that increases in public good provision reduce violence by raising opportunity cost, both in Iraq, this paper has been mentioned already, and in Afghanistan. So another channel, and this I'll go very briefly because I still have a lot of slides. Another channel is, again, commitment problems. So beyond service delivery, weak states also struggle with credibility. And the problem is that suppose that a weak state promises some rebels some concessions. The rebels might not believe this commitment, and they may anticipate that if soon the government is going to be stronger, they might just not comply with those, and therefore they can just launch a preemptive conflict because of this lack of credibility of these threats. And finally, a final channel or final interesting aspect that happens here that, as I was saying, explains these two different equilibria is emphasized by Beasley and Person, who basically say that both state capacity and conflict are endogenous, and that actually could be just omitted variables. So for instance, think of a place that is very politically unstable due to the presence of natural resources. So in this context, there is very little of political instability. There is very little incentives to invest in a strong capacity because this is very costly in the present, and benefits are only going to be reaped later on in time. So leaders might not be there to grab those resources. So one country can just stay stuck in this circle of high political instability, low investment in state capacity, low GDP, more conflict, right? So going back to the correlations that I've shown you at the beginning, 1 minute. Okay, so there is not maybe a causal relationship between one or another. Maybe it's just a third variable that is causing both. So just, I'm going to completely skip what comes next, but just let me tell you just a few words about economic institutions. So when we talk about economic institutions, again, very related to what we've seen before, but now we are looking more at property rights, the existence and perfection of markets, labor market regulations, et cetera, et cetera. So why they matter? They matter because societies with good economic institutions, they facilitate and encourage factor accumulation, innovation, and they will prosper. More prosperous societies are typically less prone to conflict. So they directly influence de facto power. So they are going to determine also key economic outcomes, not only income per capita, but also the distribution of resources. And this, I've already discussed that this has a large impact on conflict. So this is, so just to conclude, in the paper, we also summarize what we think are some key policy implications that I don't have time to review now. We also propose 4 areas for future research that I'm going to skip as well. So let me just conclude. So let me just conclude as I begin. There is an alarming reversal of these variables that we care a lot, the quality of institutions on the one hand and conflict on the other. When institutions falter, states lose the ability to mediate grievances, supply public goods, and this raises the likelihood of conflict. Key insight, so we should try to promote inclusive government structures, improve investments in state capacity, fiscal and legal capacity, and improve the access to both power and resources. And well, this is just a call to action, basically. Try to be aware of the very worrisome trends and try to put a stop to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as discussant, we have Eduardo Grillo. Laura, if you want to answer questions, perhaps. I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you for having me here. Thank you for writing this review. It was very interesting to read it, and thanks for organizing the entire panel. Okay, so what this review is doing is provide a comprehensive literature review linking political and economic institutions, state capacity with economic development and with the conflict, violence, and also peace, clearly, which is what we are mostly interested in. What are the main insights, at least what was the main insight I got from reading this review? Well, first of all, that the direction is not so simple to identify, which is interesting, of course, but also that inclusive institutions are kind of a cornerstone for economic growth and then for peaceful outcomes. And it is so important that this institution have to be inclusive that if we try to modify one of these other variables without inclusive institution, things can go very wrong. As she was mentioning, with state capacity, it's quite obvious. If we increase state capacity without inclusive institution, we may actually end up having dictatorships, because we are basically improving the ability of leaders to exert control and violence in order to repress dissent. So this is a very useful exercise for clearly for PhD students, for students interested in the topic, but also for researchers like me that are not directly in the literature and still want to get some obvious and very nice review of this. So thank you again for writing it. Let me just summarize with this. So this is a modified version of Figure 1 in the paper. I will tell you later how I modified it, but basically here you see the three main ingredients of the review. So economic institutions, state capacity, and political institutions. They all have some effects on income growth. And moreover, they interact with each other in quite complex ways. And in the end, they also have some effect on the arisal of armed conflict, or vice versa on the peaceful settlements that we have there. Here I highlighted some of the channels they describe in the review, not all of them, mostly because my LaTeX skills, even enhanced with artificial intelligence, are not so good, so they didn't fit in the slide, but that's it. So what I will try to do now is to highlight, I have 3 comments and 1 expositional suggestion for the review. So the first comment actually starts from the title of the review, which is Path from Institutions to Development and Peace. And she also mentioned it today in the presentation. The starting point of the review is actually we are seeing institutions, democratic institutions, deteriorating. So there is a debate out there whether the VDEM is a good proxy or not, and there have been actually quite a heated debate recently. But when you start with this motivation and then you read the review, the immediate question that one may ask is whether there is something going from institution to arrested development. This is just a screenshot from the TV series, and conflict. So are we doing something wrong? So are we missing some pieces? So we were supposed to have peaceful outcomes from the well-functioning institution, equitable institutions, and instead something is going wrong, because if we look at the US, this is what we see nowadays, right? We see riots in the streets, a rise of political violence in the last decade or couple of decades now. And what is mostly puzzling about this is that this is happening in a country that until 20 years ago was probably been taken as the benchmark for robust check and balances, resilient institution, rule of law, and all those categories that we tend to associate to growth and peaceful settlements. So, of course, one has to look at one of the direction, and they do a very good job looking at that direction. But a natural question that at least came to my mind is, what is happening? So is it the case that conflict is causing institutional deterioration in some countries? Or is it the case that institutional deterioration is causing conflicts in these countries? And this, I think, is important because there is a clear direction in the review saying, well, if we improve institutions, if we build inclusive institutions, then we will reach peaceful settlements. But if something like what we are witnessing worldwide, the US is just one example of a broader phenomenon is happening, then I think we are in troubles. And engaging a little bit more with this recent development, I understand that this is a literature review, so research has to be done on these topics, but engaging a little bit more and raising some doubts on some of the causal links highlighted in the paper, that may be a good idea. Second comment is actually goes back to something Dominic mentioned before. The review groups several types of armed conflict somehow together. In the review they talk about conflicts in general. Then there is now and there some distinctions, but I guess we all agree that conflicts are heterogeneous in their causes and effects. So here are just three. Civil wars are different than communal violence, and they are different from criminal violence. Now, the question that came to my mind while reading the paper, and I would invite to add something about in the review, is, are all these type of conflicts equally affected by political, economic, and state institutions and state capacity? Probably not. So if I have to think of civil wars are probably mostly affected by political institution. Communal violence, we can debate, but probably economic institutions play a significant role in their arisal. And when it comes to criminal violence, well, state capacity, I think, is quite an important part of the story. So highlighting this difference can also provide better guidance when it comes to empirical analysis, and also strengthen somehow the policy implications. So again, if you can add a brief discussion in this direction, I think it's useful. Finally, the review is very careful in saying we want to look at formal institutions. Now, the problem is that when it comes to institution, there is a lot of informal going on, no matter what we would like to. Again, think of the US recently. Well, we just realized that there was a lot of informal in the formal institution of the US. Otherwise, we wouldn't explain all what is happening. So I think in general, trust in institutions and trust and belief in the trust concerning this institution is essential for legitimacy, compliance, and stability. So I would emphasize a little bit more this, even though you can maintain your focus on formal institution, but still highlighting the role of trust for institutional development, the difference between formal and informal. I think it is kind of important. Then one final comment on the exposition. Overall the review is very well written, very logical. One really gets a sense of what the authors want to convey with it. Two suggestions. So in figure 1, as I was saying, I think there are some arrows that should become two-sided more than bidirectional. Because that would also highlight the challenges that one faces when has to identify some of this relationship. And the other thing is, since something that I really liked about the review was exactly to highlight how one cannot look at this different institution in isolation, but has to look at the factors that help or dampen the ability of this institution to promote peaceful settlements. So if you could add something like a table format that kind of summarize those insights, saying, if this happens, then we get, so if this institution is paired with this factor, then we get peaceful settlements. Otherwise, we may get an increase in violence. I think that would nicely complement the the review. That's it. And sorry for going slightly over time.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, we have time for some more questions. Yeah, of course. Or Patrick first.
Thanks. So yeah, thanks for the review. It's extremely useful for people like me. So I have two questions. First question, in your reading of literature, when you talk about the autocratizations, or is there any evidence for this kind of informal notion or any good studies showing that there's learning across autocrats, so that this kind of the idea of the autocrats playbook has been helpful in helping the recent autocratization? So did, Orban learn from Putin? Is there any work on that? I don't know how it would be identified, but I'm just curious if there is. Second, I was puzzled by your clear delineation and exclusion of things like norms. I just don't know how to think about the difference between, say, de facto and de jure institutions, and the fact that so much of the explanatory power comes from the de facto, how we can think of that without norms. And I think, as Eduardo said, when we think about the decay in the US, it's really not picked up in formal institutions. It's really in the operation, and that's got a lot to do with the changing of norms and breaking of norms. And so I'm curious about how you can make such a clean delineation, and how we can really make progress without incorporating those things, norms, especially actively, analysis.
Yeah, you can choose out.
Otherwise, I forget completely. I don't have anything to write. So starting by the second question, you are right. Actually, de facto institutions are kind of informal institutions. What we don't do, so we have, the paper is already very long, so we decided not to include a section talking about these informal norms. Tangentially, we talk about de facto power, but it's true that we focus more on legal institutions, or more abstractly, since we talk about the quality of institutions, this englobes both. But we could sharpen this more in the paper for sure. Yeah.
3 paragraphs talking about culture, norms, as Tim has several papers, right, on this. So they're all in the paper. So we just, exactly like Laura said, we just didn't want to have an entire section on it, and that would open the door to so much work that we were like, if we open that door, it's going to be, but we acknowledge in the review that obviously the functioning of formal institutions is completely reliant on, right, and there's all this research opening up in this direction. So it is acknowledged, but we don't make a chapter out of it.
Hannes, can you answer the first question? Do you know? So about the.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a good, could make an application to, tracking social media accounts or speeches. I don't know. I think that's a very cool, and it's clear now that they're learning from each other. I think it's clear that they're learning from each other.
Yeah. So informally, I've read in many papers making the comparison from this time to what happened in the 30s, no? That exactly all these autocrats were clearly learning from each other. But I haven't seen a formal paper on that.
Hi, thanks again for this fantastic review. So I had a question, more of trying to, like, a curiosity. So as you mentioned during the presentation, so democratization came as an outcome of a process in Western countries. And then there was this idea in the 90s that promoting it in the developing world would be the best thing to do. And I'm curious to how you think about sort of the institutions behind democracy, rule of law, and all these things, and how it maps into different areas depending on the level at which they are in terms of development. Because there's this huge pushback against democracy in many of these areas, with the idea that it's just too messy to get anything done if everyone has a say and there are certain rules protecting certain things, and people sort of misappropriate those things in some settings. So I'm curious of like maybe sort of putting more doubt on some of the causal claims in the literature, of whether you have a broader thinking of like maybe these type of institutions is good for these type of settings, but not necessarily this other type of settings. That's pretty much my.
So I think this goes back to Dominic's and Oliver paper at the beginning, no? That you cannot just move one thing because everything is an equilibrium outcome. So just moving one, you might not get where you want to go. So yeah, so these policies that try to change the status quo, they need to be very encompassing, no? So that many things change at the same time. They create the incentives so that the new scenario takes you to the other equilibrium, which is of course very difficult. And we've summarized some papers that try to get to that.
Yeah, but perhaps if I can add to that, I think that like two perspectives that were not really like developed fully in the paper are also the fact that it's not clear how you would introduce democratic institutions, and we know from the experience of like state building in countries like Afghanistan and Iraq that this, if anything, may actually backfire, right? So that's like one thought, and then the second thought I forgot. Sorry. Yeah, so the second thought was about this. There's also this literature about strong institutions potentially backfiring, right? Like the Bowling for Nazi Germany paper, the kind of the work on the like Torsten Rogel has these papers about the Umuganda meetings in Rwanda, which at first value seemed like like this amazing institutional kind of like feature where communities come together to contribute to public goods. But it turns out that these institutions can be kind of abused and reoriented very quickly towards like actually violence. So
that's a good point. We could discuss this better.
Any final question? If not, I think I'm going to make a kind of an announcement or encourage everyone to kind of because we are organized in author discussant pairs in some sense, right? And so as it was announced, the goal is that there will be a discussion published next to the paper. And I think at some point we had given a kind of a recommendation to structure the discussion a bit along those lines. To me at least, this distinction between kind of revision comments and like a separate discussion was not very clear in the presentation so far. I think that's perfectly I think the debates we had were extremely interesting. So there's no problem on that side. But I think it would be nice if during the break at some point you would use the opportunity of actually being in the same place as the discussant to try to delineate in some sense where the revision stops and where the discussion can potentially begin. So I think Dominic and I, we're probably going to be the final arbitrators of this process if there's any conflict about that kind of delineation. But ideally, I think this is something that organically comes out of this process, right? Where after having seen the discussion, you can get together with your discussant and kind of come up with a strategy of kind of incorporating essential comments, but then leaving perhaps one issue to be developed in the separate discussion, which will be 1 or 2 pages, right? Like Dominic,
yeah, no, I mean, example. Imagine, for example, that in a case where literature review focuses on existing literature of the last cutting-edge work using data of the last year's lab. And then there is one codified discussion saying, well, but now the world has changed. It has briefly saying the world has changed. Now we're in a new era. The comeback of big power, bullying of small powers, etc. Well, that may be something that's not easy to take on board for a kind of derivation in some sense, but it's the kind of interesting thought out of the box for the discussion in the published discussion in the economic policy journal, right? So it would be the kind of things that are the nerdy comments. So the more a comment is easy to implement and nerdy, the more it should go into the revision, and then it's not necessary to have it into discussion piece. And the more it's kind of impossible to implement, but kind of the general thought out of the box about the literature and what the world, whatever, the more it should go into the discussion. So that's kind of a big, declaration. And it's like two pages, right? In discussion.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
It's a bit like if you do a book review in Journal of Economic Literature and stuff. With this kind of length.
Okay, so I think it's time for lunch, right?
Yes.
Mariolina will be able to confirm.
Thanks for organizing dinner yesterday as well. It was very good.
Oder beide hier? Ja, ja. Perfekt. Eigentlich Roll-up machen. Immer noch nicht gut. Aber ich bin schon sehr groß, also so. Okay. Ja, und wenn die dann rüber sind, rüber, dann ist man nicht schlimm.
Yeah.
Sì, l'inizio della montagnina a poi alla fine tutto molto vago.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Not sure if you can see me because I don't know.
I can see myself twice.
Let's check because we can hear Lisa online.
You cannot hear me? Okay.
Just give us a second. Ma non possiamo sentire. Io non sento. Can you try again, please?
Me?
Yes. No, non si sente. No, sorry, we can't hear you. Just 1 second. Hi,
Lisa.
hello.
Hi.
We're just checking the audio in the room. Just give us a sec.
They cannot hear us.
Okay, can you 1 second? Okay, can you try again, please?
Okay, I'll speak first.
Yes, perfect. Yes, we can hear you. Yeah. You want to go ahead and share your slides?
Okay.
Yeah.
I sent them before, but maybe I should.
Yes, you did. Yes.
Okay. But I'll do. Wait.
You prefer that we share them on our side because I wouldn't really be able to, like.
It's probably easier if I
Yes.
share them because then I can
Yes.
control. Just need to find them. Okay. Okay. We go.
Yes.
And like, let's see if this, because I want the full screen. Is it the full screen now?
No, we can just see the sidebar.
Okay. Okay. So I need to, okay, wait, then I should probably, I always forget how to do this. You have to like make
I think you need to put it in
full screen first.
first and then share.
Yeah. Then I need to find my way back to Zoom. That's why I can't.
Yeah, one screen is a bit more complicated.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to work. So, yeah, as soon as I go full screen, I can't find them. Does anyone know how to do that?
I don't know. So you're in full screen now. Yeah. Let's try.
So if I do that, well, now it's still a small one, and then
Yes.
if I
maybe you can try from the controls, not still just the sidebar. Okay. Yeah.
You want to try? Yeah.
Yes, perhaps you can try. You go because you're presenting first, anyways.
Sorry, are you speaking to me?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Please.
Sorry, so
Right.
I'm a little bit confused then. I thought on the program here that am I at 8:45? Sorry, am I
Yes,
at
sorry.
at
Yes, yes.
2:45?
You're doing. Yeah, you're presenting later. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So what would you like me to do now? Share my PDF, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So how's that?
Yeah, it's not.
Let's see now, go full screen. Is that working?
Now you're not sharing. You did, but now you stopped.
Però poi quando lo fanno, poi
Okay. Maybe we'll do full screen. I think I'm having the same
non lo
issue
vede
you
più.
did.
Perché è come se creasse due schermi quando lo condividi, cioè il file è aperto, però boh, lo so, insomma, a volte è un po'. Yeah, this is full screen, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's full screen, sharing the full screen, exactly.
Yeah, great.
That's working
Thank you.
okay?
Yes,
Okay.
great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Lisa, you want to try again?
Yeah, I don't know. I will try.
I just shared my full screen and then maximized the, yeah.
Okay, so that's was that my mistake that I shared?
Rather than just sharing the PDF window.
Now I can't even find it. Where is it even open? Wait, 2 seconds. Where is that? Okay. Oh, stupid. And then share.
We need another pandemic really just to get on top
Yeah,
of these Zoom things again.
like I forgot how to do it. So is that the layout that I no? It's not.
Just share button and then full screen or desktop or whatever.
Yeah, but that's what I'm not getting. I'm not getting that.
Yeah, once you.
Right now. How hard can it be? Why?
Yeah.
Okay, full square. Okay. I don't want to share my. I want to share my.
Let me try again. See if I can.
Okay. So this was what I want to share. Is that?
That looks good. Better.
No.
Yeah.
Now it's working. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, great. Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Sorry for being a little slow.
Great. Thank you.
I just have to remember this for the afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. So
Okay, I think can we start? Okay, great. So welcome back, everyone. So I'm going to talk about theme 5, which focuses on climate change, natural resources, and conflict. And so this is a paper I wrote with Juan Vargas. So we actually didn't choose this this theme. We were kind of approached to develop this, and I think my first reaction when I saw this was that, like, climate change and natural resources are such big topics that they might as easily have been treated in separate themes or in separate papers. But then, like, I think one of the benefits of like working on this pathfinding paper was that we realized that there are like strong connections between climate change and natural resources. Of course, this is true at a global level, because like the policies that are being implemented to slow, or that until quite recently were implemented to slow down climate change, they create demand shocks for critical minerals, which kind of like can exacerbate the natural resource curse in some settings. At the same time, we also know that climate shocks contribute to the degradation of natural resources. So there are obvious links at the macro level between these topics. But there's also, and this became clear to us as well as we developed this, there are interesting parallels between the literatures as they have developed on climate change and on the link between natural resources and conflict. And so we are going to go through this in a bit more detail now. So I think for me, or for us, if we had to kind of like mark a starting point of this literature that links climate change and conflict in economics, it's probably this paper that we all know of 2024 by Miguel Satyanath and Sargenti, who use rainfall as an instrument for GDP. And then use this approach to estimate the effect of economic growth on conflict. But if you focus on the reduced form, which is probably the most interesting aspect of the paper in any case, the paper makes this puts forward this finding that lower rainfall increases conflict. The idea being that droughts may worsen livelihoods and therefore make it more likely for people to join an armed group of some sorts. Interestingly, this paper, it was criticized from a variety of angles, related to measurement issues and econometric concerns. But strikingly, this paper at the same time inspired a booming literature linking climate shocks of different sorts to conflict. And in fact, from the early 2000s onwards, you have seen like a very steady production of papers linking extreme heat shocks, droughts, natural disasters, and floods in particular to conflict. And the big takeaway from all these papers is that in general, extreme climate shocks tend to increase conflict risk. So there's a clear stylized fact in this literature. Interestingly, there's also work that goes back to the original Miguel paper. So this paper, like, strictly speaking, if you try to redo the analysis, there's Antonio Ciccone has wrote a very interesting critique of the empirical approach of that paper, probably casting doubts on the core findings of that paper. At the same time, there has been more recent work, in some sense, revisiting this exercise, focusing on Africa, but using more precise measurements in a variety of dimensions. So there's papers that improve the measurement of climate shock. So Harari and LaFerrara, for example, they use SPI measures, which is a measure that captures drought conditions more precisely than a pure rainfall measure. And of course, like these recent papers, they zoom in on subnational units instead of the country level analysis of the original Miguel paper, which is what data sources like ECLET and UCDP allow us to do. And the takeaway in particular, again, like in this Harari and LaFerrara paper, is that it seems that even in the original context of Miguel and co-authors, there does exist this link between climate shocks and in particular droughts and conflict. And so like one of the additional data improvements that these authors introduce is that they can actually measure drought shocks precisely in the growing season. And so it turns out that those drought shocks are very strongly associated to increases in conflict risk. So this graph many of you will have encountered before. So this is from a 2015 annual review paper by Berg and co-authors. So this at that point in time, there were already about 50 papers out there, measuring the relationship between conflict, between climate shocks and conflict in some form. And so this paper does a meta-analysis, again confirming this point that in the large majority of studies there is this positive relationship between an increased an extreme climate shock and conflict risk. So the kind of in terms of the core relationship, there appears to be this very strong stylized fact. When it comes to identifying specific mechanisms, the literature has advanced a bit less. There is of course work trying to get closer to this idea of opportunity cost and trying to measure it more precisely. So again, I think this is where this paper of Harari and LaFerrara is quite relevant, because they can measure the impact of drought shocks during the growing season. So that makes it quite likely that what we're capturing is somehow linked to the economic livelihoods of the population, right? Because if the drought shock has an impact on conflict only when it occurs during a time period that's relevant for agricultural income generation, it makes it more likely that these incomes are part of the causal mechanism. And so I've done some work myself also in India, where I link droughts to rice production and subsequent violence. But this opportunity cost story is just one a potential mechanism. And another thing to say here is that in the literature, we rarely have data that allow us to make fine distinctions between the exact nature of these income channels. So we don't really, even if we can prove that there's that agricultural income plays a role, we are not really, we can't really say if this is literally opportunity cost in the sense that people are being bored or unemployed and not on the field and therefore joining a rebellion, or whether it's something more subtle about inequalities, grievances, or kind of differences between urban and rural areas. All of this usually gets kind of thrown together in something that we call opportunity cost, right? So there's some scope for the literature to go further. possibly with like this requires like much better data than the data we currently have, in particular on the recruitment by rebel groups. In terms of alternative mechanisms, you also have explanations that are a bit closer to what you could think of as a rapacity channel. So that's one way to interpret the findings of McGurk and Nunn, who study violence between herders and settlers in the African continent. And some of the dynamics there, they are still driven by opportunity cost, in the sense that if my group is hurt by a drought, I may kind of in particular from the herder perspective, this may push me to to cross to areas where there are herders present, and therefore lead to violent conflict. But in the same setting, you could also have rapacity dynamics where a relative improvement in economic conditions in areas where herders are active could attract, where settlers are active, could attract herders to move towards these areas and therefore generate conflict. So that's a bit closer to rapacity, but also ultimately linked to the relationship between climate and conflict. Another angle is that, of course, we know that climate change and climate shocks have a direct impact on water tables and on the depletion of water resources. And so there's some interesting work like focusing on the relationship between water disputes and conflict, again confirming that where there are water disputes and where there's potential competition over water resources, there's a higher probability of violence. Then potentially a bit separately, there's also some influential work, and this is actually something that's already highlighted in these literature reviews by Burke and co-authors. There's some interesting work that also highlights the importance of behavioral factors. And so on the slide, I showed just one paper which makes the point that we actually observe a relationship between climate shocks and conflict, even in settings where climate shocks should have no economic impacts. Right, so you find, for example, that in the US, if you have a heat wave, people are more likely to beat up the referee of some sports game. Right, so there seems to be, and if this conference is getting very hot, it may lead to heated discussions at some point. This seems to be something that's in the biology of people. And if we show these reduced form relationships between heat and conflict, we might be capturing in part some of these biological channels. Again, we know that this is happening, but in the literature, in terms of quantification, we haven't progressed that much in terms of distinguishing between these behavioral factors and these core economic factors that, as economists, we're possibly a bit more interested in, and which may also be more relevant for from a policy perspective. Let me not, there's also some arguments related to regime stability and global prices, right? So we can think that climate shocks also affect the global supply, therefore global prices. And there's this interesting work by McGurk and Burke showing that price shocks kind of relate to conflict. Now, we think that studying mechanisms like these papers do is crucial, in particular to get a better sense of what might be policies that mitigate climate impacts. At the same time, we think that in each of these areas, for each of these mechanisms, there are gaps that are still left to be addressed. I already mentioned some of them. We think that there are some mechanisms entirely that actually are a bit understudied as well. And I think two such mechanisms would be, first of all, displacement. So we read a lot in policy debates about this nexus between climate shocks, migration, and conflict. Right? And there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that seems to support this link, but actually there's not that much quantitative evidence showing exactly how climate shocks trigger migration and how those migration waves that are triggered by climate shocks then lead to conflicts. This is like a causal chain that is quite long, on which it's hard to collect precise data, but it's an area where the literature can progress quite a bit. A second area that we think is a bit underdeveloped is the role of biodiversity. again, we can think that, like, you know, that climate change will undermine ecosystem services as they exist. So, for example, forestry, fishery, ecotourism, these are, like, you know, these are channels that in the conflict literature have not received that much attention yet. It could also be, and that actually, like, you know, there are feedback loops from conflict to the quality of the natural environment. And so Juan actually has some interesting work where he shows that in Colombia, conflict increases deforestation. If this is true, we can see, like, you know, vicious cycles where conflict leads to a degradation of the natural environment, and the degradation of the natural environment undermines livelihoods to the extent that it kind of fuels further conflict. Now, in terms of, like, you know, like big kind of outstanding questions, I think that one particular challenge that we have in this literature and in this topic is that we need to think about how we can go from climate shocks as we usually study them to thinking about the impacts of climate change, right? I think we all like, you know, have this intuition based on the evidence that exists in the literature that climate change will exacerbate conflict, because we will see more of these extreme weather events that we have studied historically. There's some interesting recent work, including by Dominic, that actually tries to simulate long-term impacts of climate shocks on conflict using predictions about climate change. But still, I think there's, like, you know, there are some important methodological questions here about how exactly we can move from historical data to prediction, right? Because what we observe, like you know, are shocks in a particular context, in a particular point in time. Can we be sure that we can just take those shocks, apply the predicted climate change, and, like, you know, then make predictions about conflict? This is an open question to some extent, and one that deserves, I think, serious attention. In terms of, like, where also there is quite a lot of scope for like more research is in terms of policy interventions, you know, thinking about how policies can break this nexus between extreme weather events and conflict. So there are some very interesting examples in the recent literature. There's this work that has already been cited earlier about social protection in India. So Timo Fetzer has this nice paper where he shows that when NREGA, which is a big public employment scheme in India, was introduced, that this reduced essentially it mitigated this relationship between droughts and conflict events in that setting. Interestingly, there's very kind of, like, you know, consistent evidence on a different type of insurance in the Kenyan context, where Gehring and Shout, and they presented this paper in February in the ReCIPE conference, where they showed that cattle insurance can actually reduce the vulnerability of conflicts to drought shocks in Kenya. So this is, of course, like, you know, very policy relevant research that provides concrete ways in which policies can kind of, like, you know, protect against this disruptive impact of climate shocks. And we think there's more work to be done, including on adaptation techniques, which have received a bit less. Of course, there are, like, huge development and you know, agricultural literatures on these topics, but in the conflict literature, we don't have that much work on adaptation. And there's also, like, scope of thinking more about interaction with political institutions. So I think I'm not doing particularly great on time, so I'm going to speed up a bit. So to then move to the second, like, you know, sub theme, which is natural resources and conflict. And in some sense, there's a, like, you know, a real parallel here, like with with climate change, in the sense that here as well, I think we can say that there's a clear stylized fact in the literature. So there's a lot of papers that show clearly that mineral resource price booms or abundance are associated with higher conflict risk. So there are some papers cited on the slide. In terms of mechanisms, here again, there is one mechanism that clearly has received most attention from economists, which is rapacity. The idea that natural resources generate rents. Those rents are attractive from the perspective of armed groups. So if you have more rents, you'll attract more armed conflict through this channel. And there's some research that provides, like, you know, relatively precise evidence on the relevance of this channel. At the same time, there's, like, you know, very exciting work thinking much more deeply about the nature of mineral resource extraction and how the economic structure could matter for its links with conflict. And this is particularly true for, like, you know, recent literature that Victoire has contributed to quite a bit about the specific role of artisanal mining, which is interesting because the reason why we generally think that the rapacity mechanism is so important is that we think that for a lot of like natural resource extraction, what dominates is really this rent generation, which is in part because we think that natural resource extraction is capital intensive and not labor intensive, right? So that like retakes the framework of Dubé and Vargas. However, when we talk about artisanal mining, the opportunity cost channel in the mining sector may actually be a lot stronger. And there's some like, you know, again, there's a lot of scope for further research, but there are some early results in the literature suggesting that indeed there is a bit of an opportunity cost channel in artisanal mining, and that therefore also, like, you know, the impacts on conflict could be less big than if we talk about, like, you know, natural resource extraction in a more capital intensive way. Again, we think that in thinking about these, like, you know, these impacts, it's crucial to understand mechanisms, to design policies. Again, like, you know, we think that in this particular topic, biodiversity and pollution are actually understudied. So there's a lot of, like, there's research about the polluting impact of mining activity, the health impacts of mining activity. There's not much research that links these impacts to conflict, even though they could be part of the grievances that, like, you know, that lead to violence around mining activity. And again, like, you know, in parallel with the earlier discussion about climate change, there's a real kind of challenge here to try to predict, to think about future impacts of processes like the green transitions, because this requires us to move from historical historical natural resource shocks to, like, you know, forward-looking impacts in the future. In terms of policy interventions, the literature has been very active on specific types of interventions. So the one type of intervention that has received, like, a lot of attention in the literature are different forms of international regulation and transparency initiatives. So there are at least 10 papers out there that study the impact of different transparency rules. Like, you know, like Dominic's paper, on mining in Africa was one of the first of them. In general, these papers find that these transparency rules reduce conflict, even though there's some, like, contradicting evidence, like in some settings. But what has received a lot less attention is actually domestic regulation, right? So these initiatives are international initiatives, whereas, of course, like domestic governments, national governments, they have, like, you know, like in theory, a large set of tools that they can use to regulate the mining sector and to try to, like, you know, perhaps kind of reduce the rapacity channel and boost an opportunity cost channel. These regulatory tools are understudied, in part, of course, because the governments, and especially governments in fragile contexts, often suffer from weak capacity, and therefore they may not be very effective in enforcing a regulation. But still, like, you know, there's a lot of scope, I think, to think about, like, you know, what exactly is possible. There's interesting, like, you know, very recent work on the role of political institutions in kind of like reshaping the resource curve. So again, Timo Fetzer and Stephen Kiebers, they have a very nice paper on Nigeria and showing about how power sharing in that context and democratic institutions can weaken the resource curves. In theory, taxation could also play an important role, right? Because these rents that are being generated by mines, they generally run through the state budget in some form or another. And so the way in which we structure royalty regimes may be important for how these resource curves operates. Even if in the literature there's some work, and I contributed a bit to this, about how exactly royalty changes affect conflict outcomes, and the impact of these of these royalty changes are not entirely obvious. So we find, for example, that in India, when you increase the royalties that go to the state governments, which is a lower level of government, you see actually an increase in violence, which may be because the state, in some sense, this also increases the stakes of the state government of entering into the conflict, and you get with this change almost a classical kind of rapacity channel being reinforced, right? So how exactly these institutions work and these tools operate may depend a lot on the context. Okay, I have 1 minute. I won't talk too much about this. In the paper, very briefly, we also do a small exercise where we try to make the point that we don't think enough in these literatures about complementarities between different channels, right? So in this map, we do something very simple. We overlap the spy shocks of Harari and La Ferrara with the mines of the Berman and et al. Paper, just to make the point that these mechanisms, they operate in the same place, and we don't really understand if they reinforce each other, if their effects are additive, and we don't think in general as economists enough about complementarities, even though they are very important from a policy perspective. And I think my time is now going to be up. So the conclusion from this kind of paper is that there are these stylized facts in these two literatures that climate shocks and natural resource booms kind of both increase conflict risk. There's in the literature, there's a lot of interesting work pointing at particular mechanisms. There's some scope within each theme to dig deeper into particular channels. But we think that in both cases, the future research could gain a lot from focusing on this, trying to get better at this prediction problem, thinking about how we go from historical shocks to future impacts. There's also a role for more comprehensive and global data sets to understand heterogeneity and complementarities better. And then in each case, I think there's also a lot of there are a lot of gaps in terms of understanding how specific policies can break conflict cycles. That's it.
Thanks a lot, Oliver, for the presentation. I should say up front, it's a super nice paper. It's very, very rich in terms of the review of the literature. It's a literature I like, I've been following, and I actually discovered a few papers by reading it. So I was like, okay, nice, and including with ongoing work. I'll do a brief summary of the paper with a slightly different structure from the one that you've chosen within the paper. And then I have two main comments broken into sub-comments. In terms of the paper content, as you've just presented, a large share of the paper actually reflects what has been done in a large share of the conflict literature in economics, which is to be interested in how weather and commodity price shocks trigger conflicts. You have quite extensive review of what we know of this reduced form effect at different scale, both for the weather shock, where the relationship is found for the different scales, and for the natural resources relationship, where the relationship seems to depend on the scale. And here on the conflict and weather, I should say that as a peer from your presentation in the paper, it seems to be quite grounded in the agricultural natural resources, basically, while the second would be maybe more grounded in the oil and gas and mineral extraction. You then also dedicate a bit of time in the two main studied channels in the literature, which is this cost-benefit analysis, considering the opportunity cost of time versus the benefit of conflict with a rapacity effect, and highlight how the two channels operate together, which I think is actually a very nice thing that you underline that is not so often underlined. Super detailed and a mix of the seminal papers and again, ongoing papers, including some quite new ones. That was quite nice. You also go further, this standard framework, and highlight several other channels. I've listed here a few. I won't go in too much details in there, but I like that you've been making this effort of trying to put things in perspective and say, okay, it's not just a question of cost benefits. All the channels are at play. How do they interact with the cost benefit? Are there actually potentially competing interpretation, like in the case of the heat stress and the idea that heat puts in stress violence by itself? Okay, and finally, there's also a lot of effort. I guess it's aligned with the aim of the group in the question of potential policy solutions. Here, I guess that in a very rough manner, they could be grouped in three main group of actors, basically looking at what shock-exposed households can do to try to buffer this shock and become less prone to being engaged in conflict. So this would be like things related to insurance or adaptation of agricultural practices. The second big actor would be resource-rich countries that have room for public infrastructure investment, domestic regulation, and so on and so forth, and then resource-consuming countries. As is still here, I feel that there might be room for also customers and enterprises to actually make a step, but I guess that this would enter into nerdy style of comments rather than in the big discussion one. But I really liked about that discussion that is super transparent on the potential to scale up, the limit, and the potential interest of each of these approaches. From there, my first main comment is actually a bit outside of the current literature on conflict, but I feel like as a path-finding paper, it might make sense to really emphasize the distinction between climate change and weather. You do mention it at some point, but I wonder if it's not a bit more fundamental actually than a mention in page 10, kind of. In the sense that if you think about climate change, it's really this medium to long run process. And yes, we expect that this medium to long run process will include higher temperature, higher incidence of more extreme weather events, definitely. And that is what we so far know most of, these extreme weather events. But it includes other things, other aspects. And one that I felt maybe could be digged in a bit more is the question of adaptation. Adaptation, there is a question of adaptation of crops, but it goes actually a bit further. So if here I'm directly inspiring myself by Aufhammer, I'm hoping to pronounce it well, Journal of Economic Perspective paper. It's about the economics of climate change. It has nothing to do with conflict, but he has this idea that if you want to talk about climate change, my computer is in black mode, as you can see in that picture. But if you want to talk about climate change, what he wants to emphasize is this idea of how you map the damage function from whatever is happening in terms of the weather that you observe into economic outcomes. And this, whatever you observe in changes, so here there's a line that you absolutely don't see, which is the pre-climate change line, which has a bit less variability, is lower. And then you have one with climate change in terms of temperature that is higher and with much more variability. And if you map that in terms of how this would translate in terms of an economic outcome, here he takes the example of electricity, but you could think about conflict as another outcome. Well, you have different slopes for these two different states of the world, with and without climate change. So a given shock will not translate in the same economic outcome. Basically, it's the whole point that he's making. And then this gives different prediction, basically, where if you take the response function, the damage function that you have without adaptation, and you put it in a climate change setting, you end up with a prediction that is actually more optimistic than what could be the reality. What do we do with that? It's very much ongoing literature. I don't believe it's yet settled, but that's open new ways for more work on it, I guess. If wanting to have the nice counterfactual, what we think about, of course, you want a counterfactual for future climate, and there we have quite a bit of projections. But the place that is maybe a bit more of a gray area is the question of what's the appropriate damage function. From my understanding of this paper, right now, the climate change literature really makes this difference between the short run and the long run responses. And the typical setting that we use in the conflict literature is this like panel setting. You put a bunch of fixed effect, and then you have a shock a given year that enters linearly. If you do that, what they argue is that what you are looking at is only the short run weather shock effect and not really a climate change, something that is more of a longer run effect. And for that, what he suggests is to try to dig in more about the notion of using second degrees polynomial or long differences. And I have, okay. Okay, so that was the first two sub-comments. And then the second is the link between climate change and critical minerals that you now outline, the critical minerals, and that's a great thing. Indeed, there's a reduced demand for coal, oil, and so on and so forth, but there's also an increased demand for some of the minerals that we expect to be key for greener ways to live our lives, basically. So produce solar energy, wind turbines, electric vehicles, or energy storage. It's expected that the demand for minerals by clean energy companies would double to quadruple by 2040. So that's huge. As of now, many of these minerals are extracted in artisanal and small-scale mines linked to conflict. Well, you might have heard of the recent expansion, now it's a few months old, of the M23 in the DRC. In general, it's a bit of a hobby of mine, but I would say that artisanal mines also differ from large-scale exploitation of mineral resources in ways that are very relevant for the conflict literature. It's because of being labor intensive, but also very low entry cost, so they're able to react much faster to conflict. With decentralized production, making it much harder to track them, and large deforestation footprint. I will close in 30 seconds saying that the other aspect of these critical minerals is that they're also present worldwide, not just in Africa. And I feel that as of now, this is a general lack in the literature. It's not about, I mean, you did everything with what was available, but I'm really hopeful that we can see more work on how this impacts richer countries. Thanks a lot.
So we take 5 minutes of questions.
Thanks for this. This is interesting. Just a comment about the link between climate change and conflict. It doesn't seem to me to be as robust as you make it seem, perhaps. And this is, I think, there's productive ways forward without claiming the such a general robustness. And I think it's in the presentation. I think it's in the paper as well. And specifically, I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about some of these meta-analysis which pull together like data from like 2000 years ago and 100 years ago and all these different kinds of contexts. And then I compare that to like something like the Nunn and McGurk study, right, which is much more localized and is something where we can actually map on a short-term climate variability. And I wonder whether the productive way forward for policymakers isn't to focus on these shorter-term impacts related perhaps to climate variability rather than something like climate change, because I'm not actually sure what the link is between climate change and conflict and what the scope conditions for that link is in general. But I do feel pretty confident that something like climate variability in drought or climate variability in rainfall has a link to conflict. And I think that seems like a natural alignment with your general commentary about the lack of specification of the exact mechanism that links climate change and conflict.
Hi. Just a small comment on the potential interactions between climate change, natural resources, and conflict. A lot of the extraction of these minerals, lithium, for example, require extraction of a lot of water, which already puts a lot of pressure on local communities and maybe agricultural. So, and this, of course, because water is it's a very big way of adapting to climate change in agriculture. All those three interactions can come together to generate conflict. So I think the competition for water channel exists and has been shown, but then the link between that climate change and conflict, I think it hasn't. So maybe there's a way to put all of this together.
Thanks a lot. These were great comments, and I actually agree with all of them. I think the discussion of Victoire, like it went really kind of, I mean, started going in this direction, like which we had identified of this gap in thinking and the difficulty of thinking, about the transition between historical shocks and then kind of future changes, be it related to the demand for critical minerals or climate change, and yeah, this is clearly like a kind of like an area where we start almost from zero. Then about the robustness of this relationship between climate shocks and conflict. So I like in the presentation I simplified things a bit, like in the paper, I cite this overview paper of Vali Kubi as well, who's a lot more she takes, she interprets the literature a bit differently than I do. It's true that as in any literature and any relationship, you can find exceptions, and on these patterns. And I think all of that underlines the importance of understanding mechanisms. It's only by understanding mechanisms that we can make sense of the heterogeneity that exists in any relationship, even if I am quite happy to consider this a stylized fact. But that doesn't mean that that there's no heterogeneity underlying that. And then to Juan Pablo's point, I think you're completely right, and this is something we can develop a bit further. I think it was a bit at the back of our mind when we thought about pollution, right? Because this is ultimately how the water resources are most directly kind of undermined by mining activity. But I agree that through water use, these two themes really get linked together. And I'm happy that you also have the same impression, because you're in some sense even closer to this literature than I am. But I haven't seen work that kind of links the environmental degradation of mining activity to the type of violent conflict that we observe directly. And this is it's a glaring gap in the literature, considering how much effort and how many papers there exist about this rent and rapacity channel. It's a bit crazy that we know next to nothing about this grievance mechanism that runs through pollution and displacement as well of populations living in mining areas.
So we now have Eoin from Hope.
Yes, maybe try with this one.
We now have Eoin. Eoin, are you there? Great.
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
All well.
Oh, well, and you can see the slides?
Yeah. Please.
Okay.
The stage is
Great.
yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Very sorry not to be with you in person in Venice for many reasons, but happy enough to connect on Zoom. So this theme is on geoeconomics and conflict. It's co-authored with Christoph Trebesch, who's really bringing the geoeconomics to it. And today the subtitle is The Return of International Rivalry, but that could be different tomorrow. And let me start with kind of the exact same motivation that probably everybody else is starting with, which is that armed conflict, as we all know, is extremely costly in many ways. It destroys physical, human, and social capital. One of the main motivations for this entire initiative is that we all agree that understanding the causes and consequences is very important for economic development. For most of us who work as part of this initiative, we focus mostly on civil conflict. And that's sort of been the trend since the early 2000s for very good reason, because civil conflict is where most conflict prevalence and certainly most conflict damage has been since about 1945. So the niche for this specific theme, the sort of main motivating observation, is the return of international conflict. And for the rest of this talk, when I say international conflict, what we mean is the combination of interstate conflict as well as what's known as internationalized conflict. So that could be internal conflict where there is some external involvement, right? So some external state could be supporting a belligerent within a domestic conflict. The data behind this statement comes from UCDP. So here we're plotting battle deaths, so deaths from two-way conflict are recorded by UCDP from 1989 to about 2022. In the solid line, I'm showing you fatalities from strictly domestic conflict, okay, so internal civil conflict. And in the broken line, I'm showing you the combination of fatalities from interstate conflict and internationalized internal conflict. So from now on, let's just call that international conflict. And you can see for the first 25 years that there was significantly more fatalities coming from domestic conflict. And from about 2015 onwards, that has changed, right? So fatalities from international conflict now exceeds fatalities from domestic conflict. And this raises interesting questions. So that reversal is coinciding with, really significant changes in the international political and economic order, rising powers in Asia, change in US hegemony, new threats, and literally day by day, new realizations of interstate conflict. Okay, so think of Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Iran, and as of this weekend, US and Iran, and just lots and lots of international involvement in what you might call internal wars. Okay, so Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Sudan, DRC, as Victoria mentioned, all across the Sahel. And so all of these observations kind of makes it very clear that if we just focus purely on domestic political economy, we're missing something, right? So it's important to understand the interplay between conflict and international power dynamics, as well as domestic power dynamics. So fortunately, there is a field that thinks about these things. That's what geoeconomics is. Okay, so here's a couple of fairly broad definitions of what geoeconomics is. It's the field of study that examines the links between geopolitics and economics. You could also call it the economics of international political power rivalry, right? So it's sort of economists turning to international relations. And what we're doing in this pathfinding paper is sort of defining the intersection of geoeconomics and the economics of conflict. And what we're going to focus on particularly is the combination of these two things, interstate political conflict, and as I mentioned, the external dimension to intrastate political conflict. Okay, here's some further reading. A lot of what we're going to talk about and what we write about in the paper is based on these really comprehensive reviews in geoeconomics and trade, conflict and external policy, and conflict and development. Okay, the main sort of thrust of this talk will be on section 3, which is a brief literature review on the most active areas in this intersection. And then part 4 will be what we're called pathways for future work. So where we think there are significant gaps and plenty of opportunity for future work. Before doing this, I'm going to drag us all back into a brief primer on theory, okay, on motivation for this, and on our sort of theoretical scope for external intervention and conflict. So this begins with 2 observations that basically everyone in the room is very, very aware of. Number 1, war is just extraordinarily costly, and we're still learning how costly war is. So war is costly in terms of direct fatalities, in terms of indirect fatalities, in terms of economic costs, of course. So interstate wars cost around 10 to 15% of GDP. They require 15 to 20 years to recover. That's from a paper in 1977. And what's very interesting is that a far more sort of modern and rigorous paper finds something roughly similar, right? So output decreases by 20%, inflation increases by 10 percentage points due to interstate wars. So this is why Robert Barrow calls international wars among the most disastrous macroeconomic shocks that have ever been observed empirically. And then the final part of this is we know that while war is quite rare across space, once it starts, it's very difficult to stop. Okay, and some explanations for this are multiple equilibria coming from low productivity and from diminished trust with trading partners, right? So you can imagine a world where with high trust and high trade, there are high opportunity costs of violence, but with low trust and low trade, there are lower opportunity costs of violence, and they could be the conditions for multiple equilibria, okay? The war is very costly. Second observation here is that these costs are diffuse. War exhibits lots of negative externalities. So there are huge cross-country spillover costs of war. They increase in the vicinity of the fighting. That's perhaps not much of a surprise. There is a lot of interesting ongoing work on the extent to which wars can disrupt trade and have pernicious effects on firms, on supply chains, on economic networks more broadly, on shortages in third-party countries. And that's not even taking into account the shadow costs of geopolitical risk, right? So even unrealized threats of conflict can also be very, very costly. So these are active literatures. We're very much interested in seeing more on this. But the way I'm presenting it here is just by way of motivation, right? Wars are costly, the costs are diffuse. Therefore, if you want to make two sort of implications of this, war shouldn't happen, right? There ought to exist the Cosian transfer that avoids conflict because they're so costly. And the second observation coming from this is that external actors, so they could be third-party states, they could be multilaterals, should have very strong incentives to foster peace, right? Because of those externalities. So let's examine both of these corollaries sort of one by one. This is the primer that we're all very aware of. So why does war happen? There should be a transfer that avoids conflict, that leaves everyone better off. This is something we all learned in either as undergraduates or as graduate students. The bargaining range that allows for this transfer ultimately comes down to the costs of conflict. Okay, so in very simple contest success functions, it's going to be determined by the ratio of costs to the benefits of conflict. Okay, so conflict is obviously less likely when it's more costly to fight. Conflict is more likely when it's more beneficial to fight. So in a frictionless world, because of this bargaining range, some transfer should occur that avoids conflict. Now, unfortunately, we don't live in the frictionless world. We live in the real world. And the real world, there are all kinds of reasons why bargaining can fail, right? It can fail because of asymmetric information on the relative strengths of the two belligerents. It can fail due to commitment problems and the absence of third-party contract enforcement. And it can fail due to political agency problems, right? So if pivotal decision makers stand to benefit from war or are sheltered from the costs, then war can be more likely. Okay, so what's the scope for external intervention? So if we're going to imagine normatively that the whole idea of this paper is that external states can somehow lower the probability of conflict in third-party areas, how can they do that? Theoretically, they can do it by firstly incentivizing peace, so increase the costs of conflict or decrease the value of the spoils of conflict for the potential belligerents. And then conditional on this, some sort of an intervention to avoid bargaining failure, right? So some way to shut down the asymmetric information problems, so that could be mediation. Some way to shut down the commitment problem, so providing a security guarantee or international peacekeeping. And then, perhaps the trickiest of all, reducing pro-war bias of pivotal decision makers. Okay, so somehow encouraging democratic accountability or making conflict more costly for the pivotal decision makers. So one observation we'll make here, just from the perspective of our theme, is you can imagine challenges that are specific to the international dimension in all of these cases, right? So it's possible that asymmetric information could be a greater problem in the context of cross-border conflict because information doesn't flow as well between borders as it does within borders. You can certainly imagine how commitment problems arise when it comes to international conflict because we don't have a world government, we don't have a reliable third-party contract enforcement mechanism. That also seems to be fraying literally day by day at the moment. And you can also see how political pro-war bias is something that's trickier in the international context, right? Because with the international dimension, there's probably at least one belligerent who's somewhat sheltered from the costs of conflict if it's occurring in a different state. right? So we're very interested in more work thinking about the international dimension to bargaining failures and to incentives for fighting. Okay, so now we're going to do a very, very brief and incomplete review of the more active parts of the intersection between geoeconomics and conflict. Possibly the classic topic at this section is on the relationship between trade and conflict. Okay, so the age-old question, does economic integration lead to peace or otherwise? This goes back a couple of centuries. The liberal view, as it's known, is that economic integration should promote peace. Why? Because of economic interdependence between potential fighters, right? So it's easy to see how the opportunity costs of conflict would increase between trading partners because the gains from trade would be eroded. There's a counterpoint to this. It's sometimes called the realist view, which is that trade can also increase rivalries between states because it can lead to strategic vulnerabilities, competition for trade gains, and competition for critical resources. Perhaps the most influential paper at this intersection in recent years sort of looks at both of these together. This is the idea that while bilateral trade can decrease the probability of war through the mechanism I just discussed, paradoxically, global trade or globalization could increase the probability of war because it's easier to reconnect with a different trading partner if you lose one connection. Okay, the second classic topic at the intersection is on the geoeconomic toolkit, or the suite of economic policies that states use in pursuit of geopolitical aims. So this could be for very narrow political goals. So it could be the case that a state wants to undermine an adversary in a target state, or this could be for the more enlightened goals that I've talked about in the normative section. It could be the case that a state wants to reduce the risk of civil war or interstate conflict elsewhere. So in this suite of carrots and sticks, we'll start with literature on the carrots, which is economic aid. So it won't surprise anyone to know that geopolitical considerations seem to be an important determinant of the allocation of aid, right? So there's a big difference between what might be the optimal allocation of aid if you're worried about poverty and what the observed allocation of aid is once you take into account geopolitical considerations. So why do states allocate aid to pursue geopolitical goals? So one potential reason is on hearts and minds or shaping attitudes towards the donor country. And there is evidence that this exists, right? So humanitarian aid can positively affect attitudes towards the donor country. And certainly in the context of insurgencies, economic aid delivered a certain way can undermine insurgencies more effectively than a sort of more blunt force approach. And this is because in the context of an insurgency, success is critically determined by winning the support of civilians who are an important conduit of information. Another important topic for us to consider as part of this initiative is how foreign aid relates to conflict, right? So in the aggregate, it looks like foreign aid reduces conflict. In theory, though, we can see how this could go either way, right? So in theory, foreign aid could increase the opportunity cost of conflict, which should decrease it, or it could increase the spoils of conflict, which could have the opposite effect. And this is something that comes through in the literature, right? So aid projects that very explicitly increase the opportunity costs of participating in armed conflict seem to do the trick, whereas parachuting in aid projects that just increase the value of lootable resources seem to have the opposite effect, right? So the big picture take-home message from this literature is that context matters, and paying attention to theory is important. Another potential carrot in the geopolitical toolkit that we think is under-researched is the idea of trade agreements. Okay, so I talked about the potential for multiple equilibria, the war trap due to trade and trust. Trade agreements have the potential for an extraordinary peace dividend. And the idea is that trade agreements could signal a commitment to shift from the bad equilibrium I discussed of low trust and low trade to the good equilibrium of high trust and high trade, and therefore lower conflict. And it does look like geopolitical incentives seem to matter for signing and producing trade agreements. And it does look like countries consider complementarities between both economic and political determinants in joining trading blocs. And then one sort of technical note on this, that a lot of this seems to come down to deep economic agreements. So think of single markets as opposed to shallow economic agreements that don't really imply as much integration. Okay, so there are the carrots. What about the sticks? So there's a sprawling literature on economic sanctions. How should we think about economic sanctions? These are restrictive policy measures to influence the target country. They can come in many flavors. The basic idea is to increase the spoils of conflict, or to increase the cost of conflict, and or reduce the spoils for potential belligerents. There's a sprawling literature on sanctions, which I won't get into in much detail at all, but one theme that comes through is that sanctions can impose significant costs on civilians. They might shorten civil wars, but this will come at a fairly severe cost on civilians. Here's a paper talking about the effect of sanctions on child stunting in Burundi, for example, which operates through increased food prices. So as instruments go, this could be considered a fairly blunt one. And an interesting sort of angle for future work in this area is studying smart sanctions. So using granular data to study sanctions on individuals, on firms, and so on. There are other sticks in the toolkit, possibly sticks that we'll be hearing more about in the next couple of weeks. So embargoes and blockades. One category of embargo or blockade that we think certainly there's scope for more fruit for work in is on arms embargoes, on controlling the flow of weapons, both legal and illegal, across borders. These are potentially less costly alternative to sanctions. Enforcement is tricky. Perhaps not surprisingly, multilateral arms embargoes seem to be more effective than unilateral ones. There are data challenges, of course, in observing the illicit flow of weapons. But as with many of these questions, there are creative workarounds, such as this one using stock valuations. I'm going to skip the conversation on strategic tariffs, export controls, and investment screening. But studying the impact of these tools, particularly spillover effects of these tools on low-income countries, is certainly something that we're interested in. I don't need to speak as much about transparency and traceability initiatives because Oliver just did that for me in far more detail. But these are certainly a promising tool. And the idea, again, is reducing conflict by lowering the value of appropriate resources. How does this work? Well, these initiatives can reduce demand for output produced by illicit armed actors. Okay, so imposing these transparency initiatives can reduce conflict. As Oliver said, it's a mixed literature, but I think on the most part probably tends towards positive impacts, right? So here are a couple of papers on the Kimberley process. So this is a transparency initiative in the diamond sector, reducing conflict, and on the extractive industries transparency initiative, which in the Berman et al. Paper reduced the impact of price shocks on conflict near mines in Africa. So certainly there's a lot more work I'm not citing here, but certainly scope for more work. Okay, so thinking about future work, or where we think there's certainly potential for lots of progress. The first is on expanding the geoeconomic toolkit that leaders actually use. So leaders use far more geoeconomic tools than the strictly economic levers that we talked about in the previous section. And so if we want to understand the strategic rationale for using any given tool, we probably need to understand the full choice set, right? So if we begin with just purely peace building tools, and this comes straight from the theoretical motivation that we just discussed, mediation, right? So there's some evidence that mediation is associated with conflict ending. There's lots of scope for more sort of rigorous causal evidence. But big picture geoeconomic questions related to this is, which countries mediate? What are the incentives for mediating? Is it to address the negative externalities from conflict that we discussed? Or is it something else? Is it influenced by domestic politics? Is it influenced by a desire to gain international prestige? These are all important questions. On the commitment problem, so providing security guarantees and specifically via international peacekeeping, there's promising evidence that UN peacekeeping missions are successful. High quality troops matter. I'll leave it to Lisa to talk about this in far more detail. But there's scope for more work. And again, there's more scope for understanding who contributes to peacekeeping missions and why. Moving to the slightly more sinister, coercive part of the toolkit, we think there's plenty of scope to understand both the deployment, the effects of, the costs of more aggressive unarmed interventions. So these could be covert operations, online foreign influence efforts. Okay, so I'm linking here to a data set that compiles a bunch of online foreign influence efforts in the last 20 years or so. economic sabotage, industrial espionage, military and infrastructure sabotage, cyber attacks, and so on. Who uses these tools? What are the human costs? What are the economic costs? And then the final part of the non-economic tools of coercion are the most blunt ones, right? So directly supporting armed conflict actors. And this will come in one of two flavors, okay? So you could be supporting the state, so that's going to be through military aid and counterinsurgency efforts, or you could be supporting an insurgency or even terrorist groups, right? So competing against the state for violence against civilians. So again, understanding strategic incentives behind getting involved, understanding the costs, understanding the effects. And why do we think studying these things is important? It's important to sort of provide a more comprehensive characterization of the full geoeconomic toolkit that's actually used by leaders. So which tools are substitutes, which tools are complements? Does the availability of, we'll say, economic actions reduce the likelihood of war because you can attain these strategic objectives without arming groups in a country? Or is it completely the opposite? Is it the case that these are complements, that they each become more effective when they're joined together? Who uses which tool? When do they use them? We think there's plenty of scope for exciting work in this area. And if we want to provide a sort of characterization of these, and this is, again, a very, very blunt effort to do so, you could start with, broadly speaking, economic actions, so the carrots and sticks that we mentioned, moving on to more aggressive but unarmed interventions, so covert operations and cyber attacks and so on, and then ending in the most aggressive armed interventions, right? So either helping the state or helping counterinsurgents. And then thinking about which leaders use which tools, right? So it could be the case that more constrained leaders in democracies are more likely to use economic actions, and then your Vladimir Putins, who are less constrained, might be more apt to use armed interventions. And again, stepping back, why do we think it's important to connect these things together? Because they produce, I think, understudied research questions. So how can economic carrots help to prevent conflicts? Do economic sanctions help to prevent wars? Or is it the opposite, like Japanese involvement in World War II, which followed a Japanese embargo? In peacetime, how are economic sanctions combined with more aggressive unarmed interventions? And in war, how are economic sanctions and military actions combined? And then thinking, stepping back, what are the costs of these actions from the perspective of the sender country, and what are the development costs in terms of the target countries? And then finally, really stepping back again, becoming possibly too big picturey. In case this doesn't quite get captured by the other themes in ReCIPE, we're also broadly interested in just the international causes and consequences of conflict more generally, right? So whether this is strategic or not strategic, because the goal here, we think, is to develop an evidence base for economic policy, either to prevent external conflicts or to mitigate the spillover costs that come from external conflict. Okay, so thinking of cross-border origins of conflict, so there's a sprawling literature in terms of trade shocks. This is interesting because it tells us that terms of trade shocks can affect conflict, which can inform policy, right? That does mean that trade policy can influence the likelihood of conflict in a third-party country. You could say the same with climate shocks, with the existence of ethnic diaspora, with domestic politics and spillover effects from autocratic neighborhoods. And then thinking about the cross-border consequences of conflict, so thinking about policies that can profitably mitigate the costs of or put to productive use the inflow of refugees, other migrants, thinking about the spillover effects through food and energy prices, supply chain disruptions, and so on. And then we think, worthy of a bullet point to itself is just studying the flow of weapons. Again, unless we're missing something huge, there just doesn't seem to be a big literature on weapons flows, and weapons are probably pretty important for conflict. Okay. Methodological challenges. So, a lot of the themes that we discuss in the paper and that I'm sort of talking about today seem like cross-country variation themes, right? Where the states are making big decisions. But in each of these themes, there are plenty of examples of papers that use, very granular microdata, combining it with rigorous causal inference methods to produce causal estimates, right? So again, we don't think people should be put off by this challenge. It's a challenge that seems to be easily overcome as the proliferation of high quality granular data continues. Okay, maybe just to guide the discussion then, or to summarize, What we're doing in this team is we're sort of defining and looking at the intersection between geoeconomics and conflict, focusing on international conflict, which we conceptualize as being both interstate and civil conflict with an external flavor. The big question is that since conflict is so costly and since these costs exhibit externalities, external states should have very strong incentives to intervene. But you could question that, right? Do they? If not, why not? Is it a collective action problem? Are there other things at play? If so, what are the tools available to external actors to influence conflict outcomes in other states? We've discussed the costs of war. We've discussed the relationship between trade and conflict. We've discussed existing strictly geoeconomic tools. And where we think there's scope for more work in addition to those areas is in expanding the geoeconomic toolkit so that we can understand the joint use of both economic and non-economic tools of coercion, and the more enlightened version, right? Understanding the deployment of peacemaking tools, mediation, security guarantees, reducing political frictions, or maybe trying to understand the undersupply of peacemaking tools. And we also want to deepen our understanding of cross-border, both origins and consequences of conflict more generally. As I mentioned, there's plenty of scope for advances with microdata and causal inference tools. And then I'll end with a very mini pep talk, which is that there are likely enormous social returns to understanding whether, why, and how external actors deploy policies to get at the fundamental causes of conflict, right? Shaping the opportunity costs of conflict, decreasing the value of conflict victory, or overcoming the sources of bargaining failures. Okay, thank you.
Please.
Hi, Owen.
Hi, Juan Pablo.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Dominic and Oliver, for inviting me to discuss this very good paper. I really enjoyed reading it. So I'm going to try to be brief. So this paper is about the economics of international conflict, and it starts with a very cogent insight that we're all very comfortable with, which is that if peace is welfare enhancing due to the high cost of war, why conflict persists, right? And then economists move to think about the frictions that prevent those welfare enhancing bargaining to happen, right? So a couple of them imply asymmetric information, commitment problems, etc. And this is where geoeconomics enters, because there's a role for international actors to help coordinate these actions and implement policies that can avoid armed conflict by simply addressing the sources of these frictions. This is the theoretical framework that opens the paper and is rooted in a theory of liberalism in international relationships and international relations, where democracies promote peace via trade, via institutions, or via international cooperation, right? And this is how the paper opens, and it's something that we all feel very comfortable with. But as the authors themselves show, as the paper evolves, and we could see that in Owen's presentation, this is not satisfactory. It's not enough to try to understand a lot of these international roots of conflict. And we need to go beyond this traditional theory of this liberal theory. And a bit like Chris discussed this morning, there's other things or other theories that might be at play, right? What are the incentives and the subsequent behavior of third parties? So there's many of them. We have states, we have multinationals, we have rebel groups that may be benefiting from conflict. So then that liberal or that democratic approach to thinking about resolution or prevention of conflict is not, even though it's robust as a theoretical mechanism, it stopped being empirically relevant, right? And there's many reasons what that may happen. There may be fights over resources, access to markets, political influence, advantages in technology or first moving advantages in technology, try to weaken economic or regional rivals, and so on. So one of the first comments that I provide to this paper is that there's a potential to broaden this understanding of the international dimension of conflict, but maybe integrating insights from other social sciences, political science, international relations, etc. But of course, without compromising on our empirical approach to answering those questions. So, of course, we can try to apply this economic and causal inference tool to try to test these theories, to try to bring them into the fold of economic analysis and try to understand their implications. And towards the end, when they develop the research agenda or the potential pathways, they do a bit of that. But I think that maybe in the paper, they could be more explicit at the forefront, at the theoretical part of the discussion, how these frameworks may be integrated, right? And as you know, we like to test theories. And if we have good data and good empirical methods, there's nothing we cannot test, right? So I think there's and this is something similar to what Chris said this morning. It's there's a scope for these tools to be applied for these big debates in international relations. The article then offers a very comprehensive review of the state of the empirical evidence on the effectiveness and the unexpected effect of different interventions, the economic instruments that allow conflict management or prevention or resolution, right? So here what I think, and again, this is something that comes up in the later discussion of the paper, is that we need to, I think the paper needs a more explicit categorization of who uses these instruments and for what. And you could see that, so the authors themselves are addressing these issues towards the end, right? Because they say the why, the where, the how. Well, this I think should be again earlier in the paper when they discuss how these instruments work, right? There's different types of conflicts between peers, whether economic powers or whether two low-income countries, for example. There may be vertical, like a country invading another. There may be internal struggles that mobilize different actors with the international dimension that they move. And those international actors could be state or non-state, such as firms, insurgent groups that operate in different contexts and countries and so on, right? So the paper, this is about conflict and armed conflict, and it starts referring to the large amount of death due to international conflict. But I think it's good, and the paper does it, to bring into the fold these references that talk about increased geopolitical tensions that may not result directly in international wars or armed conflict, but they do increase its likelihood, and they do increase the hotspots around the world where these geopolitical tensions might start to flare up, right? But the paper then goes and tries to include other mechanisms that in this context, they may seem less relevant, and this is one of the recommendations in terms of revision of what the paper could do, is just focus on what you do and on what you do well and talk about this international dimension, and then maybe coordinate a bit with the other papers in the conference that look at these other mechanisms. So in some cases, talking about ethnic fractionalization or climate change or natural resources, they may not be as relevant for this international dimension. Of course, when it is, the references should stay and refer to that, but it's not always the case in the paper. So and just to wrap up, so the paper offers an exciting and a topical research agenda that hopefully will be taken up by researchers when there's calls for papers and for applications and for funding. So some understudied areas: cyber warfare, covert ops, economic espionage, refugees and migration, transnational insurgency, border instability. All these things are very relevant. They're happening as we speak, and they're understudied. But now I think we have new data and new measurements, new ways of creating new data through different technologies that we can combine with robust empirical methods, causal inference methods, that can help us bridge this gap that now exists between the economics approach to conflict and other disciplines approach to conflict that we've discussed already. And I mean, economics is really, in general, it's really bad at discussing big ideas. We like credible empirical work about specific mechanisms using a specific context with a very narrow approach to the question, because we're obsessed with mechanisms. But I think these papers opens the opportunity to try to engage with these big ideas without compromising on the way we do research. And hopefully that can create broad enough evidence-based set of research papers that can inform prevention policies for conflict. So I stop there. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. Ian, we're going to take questions from the room.
Sounds good.
Yeah, really interesting project. Two quick thoughts just based on IR literature, and then two kind of bigger thoughts based on contemporary developments. So one, I mean, I think international relations scholars would think about nuclear weapons as really central here, and it's not something I see geoeconomists engage with a lot, but like there's presumably lower concern about an adversary channeling tradable goods into threatening military capabilities if you maintain a nuclear deterrent. And I think that we probably see like a significant extent of interwar major power trade continuing despite the fact that that countries might be adversaries. Even in the pre-nuclear age, the Brits didn't stop trading with the Axis powers in World War I until October 1st, 1918, which is like a month and 10 days before the end of the war. And then second, Joanne Gowa and Ed Mansfield have some like formative pieces on this in international political economy in the journal International Organization from the 90s. So would encourage you to engage with that. Just quick thoughts on forward-looking stuff. So I mean, like deindustrialization as a consequence of globalization in the United States contributed to the withering of the defense industrial base here. That's a huge concern for policymakers right now. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on like how to build a defense industrial base on the fly. Looking at Ukraine, I think, you know, relatedly, how do we build a military industrial complex on the fly? And I think the kind of lessons from Ukraine are really interesting here for like how external actors are supporting developing an indigenous defense industrial base or military industrial complex. Like this is like the Danish model in Ukraine. So would be keen to hear about that sort of stuff as well in the piece or other reflections.
Will I take each comment one by one, or would you prefer to gather?
Okay. Hi, Ian, Patrick Francois from UBC. Hi. So you mentioned that there was a need for more work on arms flows, and I was just looking in your paper, and I see that you didn't look at the paper by Fearon and Hansen, which is like they constructed a data set on international arms flows from about, it's nearly 10 years old now, and there's probably a bit of work looking at that too. And they validated it by saying it's actually a better measure of international alliances. But it did, even in that paper, they looked at whether it predicted conflict. And if you are supplied by a common supplier, you're much less likely to engage in conflict. So it certainly is, I think, first order related to what you're doing.
I don't think we have any more questions, so you can go ahead. Oh, no, yes, we have one more, sorry.
Hey, Owen. I just wanted to ask you whether you took on board like regime change, right? Hidden CIA actions and these kind of things. They relate directly to trade. Well, there's this paper that shows that terms of trade change in favor of the US after CIA actions. And the second question is a bit more woolly, but I think nonetheless important, kind of religious allegiances, right? The Saudis trying to kind of use, I guess the whole soft power thing is I think is important and relevant, even though it's not very in vogue.
One more.
Hi, Owen. I was just wondering about a few things that didn't come across as too prevalent. So one was already mentioned before, ethnicity, but even more migration, expulsion, these huge global flows of people that I think are a relevant aspect. The second one is alliances. You seem not to have talked about alliances that shift over time and that change. And with these alliances comes another question related to what you call the origins of conflict. And I would like to know a bit more about how you think about origins. Is that the causes, the underlying deep-rooted causes, or is it triggers, or how should we keep them apart? And what do you think about those?
Yes, you can go ahead and answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm definitely not going to provide comprehensive answers to many or maybe even any of these, but thank you all very much for high quality questions that will really improve the paper. Just on a couple of things, Juan Pablo, thank you very much for the discussion, and I think that's really going to help us think about how to sort of reframe and reshape for the next revision. It's very preliminary. And I agree with you on maybe shifting the emphasis a little bit towards what's relevant and unique to our theme, and maybe away from things that are covered in other themes. Every single set of questions was interesting and useful, and exposes either omissions or weaknesses in our paper. So thank you very much for those. On nuclear non-proliferation policy, yeah, I agree with that. I have an old political science co-author who specializes in that, and he hasn't seen this paper yet, but I'm pretty sure if he did, he'd be upset that we haven't engaged with that or thought about how economists might re-engage with that literature, because once upon a time they did. And thank you for the citation as well, and for the comment on deindustrialization, on renewing defense industrial bases and so on. Yeah, Patrick, thank you very much. So yeah, I totally agree with you, and I guess I just wonder why, and maybe I'm missing something, but why the study of weapons hasn't kind of been a part of the credibility revolution era of the literature. And I imagine data is one reason why, but certainly we need to build that out in the paper. There was another comment there. Yeah, so we do mention this paper by, I think it's Berger et al. In the AER on covert operations, and specifically CIA interventions, which have the effect of increasing exports to America or imports from America in sectors in which the US has a comparative disadvantage. So certainly, I mean, there are data problems with papers and covert operations, because unless you're measuring stock prices, or unless you're using declassified data, it's difficult to observe the relevant shifts. But certainly plenty of scope for more work. On ethnicity, yeah. So look, we one cursory mention of the Nicolopoulos and Papagiannou split ethnicity paper, because it one potential reason for conflict among ethnic groups who are split by contemporary borders in Africa is just the existence of an ethnic diaspora, grievances over secession and so on. But thinking more carefully about migration and ethnicity in explaining conflict is, I think, something that is important in the cross-border dimension here. Alliances, yeah, no, old-fashioned international relations, absolutely. I didn't really engage with that at all. And on origins of conflict and on the distinction between causes and triggers, I'll just give you a yes on that, all of the above. So thank you for that. And thank you again to Juan Pablo for such a high quality discussion. And I'm sad to be missing the photo that you're all about to take, but I've enjoyed the session nonetheless.
Thanks a lot. Yes.
Caccerei qua. Cosa che oltre non so, che ci sono. Basic, this paper, no, penso che si attivi.
was earlier, so just in the courtyard. So outside. Yes. Yes.
Okay. See, let me know if I shout too much. It's okay. I usually don't use the mic.
falsch gekommen. Ja. Ja, sie kommt jetzt.
Facessi un po' di regressione. È più semplice. È più semplice parlare. Tell me how to... Io c'ho un collega che sta lavorando c'è un econometrico che lavora sul cluster. Ma no, sta tirando fuori una cosa invece interessante. Lui dice che bisogna specializzare a livello più alto possibile. Te lo dico perché dice che il clustering è quello che si usa adesso, questa idea di farlo al trattamento, viene da RCT. Ma negli RCT non c'è il spillover effects. E quindi è il contrario di quello che dovresti fare. Ci sta lavorando, ma è uno bravo lui, eh. Quindi se lo metti giù è un'economia. Se lo metti giù è un'economia, perché è vero. Il clustering, c'ho questo collega che fa econometrics, eh. Contrario, pensaci. Esatto, se dai dati spaziali, se non ce li hai, che con un'analisi spaziale
Okay, everyone, so let's get started since we are late. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's my fault now. Laura, should I start? Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being still here, despite the difficult situation. So my name is Michele Di Maio. I'm from Sapienza University of Rome, and today I'm presenting this review paper jointly written with Uwe Sunde, who is also in the room. So for any difficult question, you know who's the person who's gonna answer. So the title of our paper is this strange title that we have been given somehow. So Investing in Peace, Private and Public Investment and Conflict. So as someone else already said, essentially when we started this project, we were given a topic, and the topic was this idea of looking at the literature on this strange object, which is private and public investment and conflict. So we started discussing between me and Uwe, which have very different, let's say, expertise, which would be the linking point across all these different things that we do. And so at the end of the day, we end up having a literature review. So the basic standard way of a survey with the idea of providing material for researchers to have a guideline through this large literature that I will show you in a second. So our paper is very standard in the form. What we somehow are less standard in sense of the literature is that we try to cover very different topics united by this concept of investment. And in particular, we try to document the existence of different directions in the relationship between this object called investment and conflict. So we are going to discuss papers in which we look at the consequence of conflict on investment, and also a lot of papers that have looked at the role of investment in different interpretation of what investment is in fueling or preventing conflict. So in this presentation, I'm going to briefly describe the structure of the paper and the content of that. And essentially, at the end of each section, you will see it's a very structured paper. We will have somehow summary of the knowledge gap that we have identified in the literature. So it's not going to be very exciting, but we hope it's a bit informing in the content. So preliminary step is to define what is private and public investment. So we struggled a bit, but then we talk about the fact that there is something which is very common in terms of literature discussion about investment, is that we may think about investment as any economic choice. So essentially anything that can be chosen in the domain of economics, which involves cost accruing now, at some point in time, especially now, and have benefits in the future. So this actually gives us a very large set of choices and decisions, which are made by different actors, for instance. So we are going to see papers looking at the behavior of individuals, household, firms, and the public sector. So you already see how large and broad is this review. And also acting in different domains. So from a human capital decision, which itself includes fertility choices, but also health and education, but then also firm decision in terms of investment and other decision, and also public infrastructure. So it seems like quite huge and intimidating, and it is so. So it's okay. Then on the latter part of the title, the conflict side, so we decided to adopt a very broad, again, definition of conflict. So for us, conflict, so we are going to cover papers in which there is an element of conflict defined as any situation which you have hostile and violent events which are politically motivated. And essentially, we don't restrict these events to the occurrence or not of fatalities. So it's like also including, to be clear, political instability and uncertainty related to possible violence in the future, for instance. Okay, so we know it's different from other definitions that we have already seen today, but this was what we believed in our context could be the best way to go. Okay, so it's very broad, our chapter, but it's also not, I mean, we can't cover everything, fortunately. So what we don't talk about in the review are a lot of issues related with public policies. So we don't discuss the political economy of public policy in particular. So the decision about whether or not to make a public investment, for instance, building a road or creating a port. And so we don't discuss about the effectiveness of these policies in particular. And the other thing that we don't discuss, I mean, we make reference obviously to the paper of Oliver and Juan, but we don't discuss investment in natural resources, which is a very important part of the literature, but we simply thought that it was much better that they cover these parts, so there is no need for us to go there. And then there is obviously an overlap with the geoeconomics chapter. As we have just seen, I mean, they are covering international trade and spillover across countries. So we sometimes talk about this, but obviously, again, we make reference to their paper, and migration, which is a bit of a topic which is scattered across different teams. So we have some reference to that too, but we don't go into the details in the migration choice. Okay, so this is the scheme of our review. Essentially, we go through 4 different large pieces of literature. So demography, population, conflict, then health, education, and economic activity. So I will try to be, quick. So the first one, as I said, is conflict on population dynamics, and then we're gonna go population dynamics on conflict. So all these steps that gonna go here will be directional. So we'll have both directions covered. So the first aspect that we cover in the review is the large literature which look at the effect of conflict on population dynamics. So essentially, we document all the literature that has looked at how conflict affects the 3 determinants of population dynamics, which is obviously mortality, but then fertility and migration in part, as I was saying before. So in particular, we cover the interesting analysis that look at how conflict modify the choices, the investment choices in fertility at the household level. So for instance, we document that there was evidence of delay on marriage in some contexts, but also of replacement effect in the number of children, and also some evidence of substitution of quantity and quality. So we show how these elements combined then lead to the complex dynamics of the effect of conflict on population dynamics itself. On the other side, we have the literature which tries to say something about the potential effect of population dynamics on conflict. And in this case, the obvious reference is the literature on Malthusian conflict. So the idea essentially that population growth may reduce resource availability and then increase competition for resources that itself may lead to violence. And what we document is that in the literature there is evidence both at the macro and the micro level, that this is actually something that has happened in the past, and in some cases also happens today in different conflict setting. So we then go to the knowledge gaps about this relationship between demography, population, and conflict, and essentially we identify first a set of gaps in the relationship between the effect of conflict on these variables, and we find that probably the place where we need more research is on the mechanism behind this effect on the changes in fertility choice. So we have the evidence of that, but the mechanisms are not really always very clear. And also we need a bit more evidence on this persistence possible link between growth in population increase and conflict, so-called Malthusian conflict dynamics. On the other side, so when we look at the effect of population changes and demography on conflict, one important gap that we have identified is the possible role of the change in the age composition. So we have some evidence about the fact that, again, the probability that you have a conflict is related to the presence of a very large young population, or the fact that the population is aging very much. And so the question then becomes, which are the channels to which this change in the structure, the age structure of the population, may lead to conflict. And then again, a call for more research on the heterogeneity in the link, because there are very different possible mechanisms leading to this effect of the change in the population structure on conflict, for instance, through the decline in the working age population, so or gender imbalance. So there are different things that could be interesting to explore that are not yet in the literature. So going very quickly, I'm sorry, but we go to the second step. So first we go to the basic decision at the household level, which is fertility, and then we go to a bit higher in the level, which is health choices. And again, we use the same scheme, so the effect of conflict on health, and then the reverse. So here the literature is quite large, so there is a lot of evidence from different countries documenting that conflict has negative effects on a very large number of health outcomes, and there is effects on direct mortality, obviously, but also a lot of evidence on psychological effects of conflict, as we were discussing this morning, but also some evidence on the mechanism, for instance, the difficulty to reach health facilities in conflict-affected places, and also through changes in the availability of resources that are essential to survive. And in particular, there is a lot of emphasis on the part of the population that are most affected, in particular children and mothers. So we have a lot of studies looking at the effect on orphanhood, for instance, so what happens when the child remains without parents, but also, for instance, the literature on the effect of exposure in utero of the children to conflict and so on. And in particular, on which are the long-term effects of these shocks. In particular, we know that if this shock occurs very early at the age of the development of the children, this may have very long-term effects for labor market outcomes and so on. So on the other side, so when we look at the effect of health on conflict, here we have interesting paper showing that, for instance, when you have a worsening in health condition, these may lead to different forms of violence, for instance, protests and small scale conflict. And these are obviously cases like the COVID epidemics, but also micro evidence of people that have taken from people in this room on malaria in sub-Saharan Africa. At the same time, there are other studies that have tried to understand how much improving health condition may reduce conflict or increase conflict, because this is potentially a mechanism for the Malthusian dynamics that we were talking before. So there is this evidence on the fact that if you improve health condition, fortunately, this doesn't increase conflict, even though this is still a theoretical possibility. Okay, so again, the same scheme. So the knowledge gap, when we look at the effect of conflict on Earth, are essentially more related to understand even better, which has the psychological long-term effects of these conflict events, especially on children, and also how these effects may impact other choices made at the household level. For instance, again, fertility, so there is obviously a link between the two, but also health choices on other components of the family, and education, obviously, which is another very important choice that we are going to discuss in a second. On the other side, then, we need more evidence convincing that the effect of improving health condition can really be a driver for reducing conflict and preserve peace, because we still have very little evidence, essentially for lack of data. So this is something that we really look for in future research. I'm doing on time. more or less. Okay. Third part, so education and conflict. Okay, this is one of the most developed literature, essentially because there is a lot of data out there about education. So there is a huge amount of papers that have looked at the effect of conflict and violence in several countries and several different contexts. And they have looked at different outcomes. This is exactly because data are available. So we have paper showing the negative effect on school enrollment, but also dropout, attendance, so very different outcomes. And in the vast majority of the cases, we document the negative effects of conflict exposure on these outcomes, even though there are obviously exceptions in which you have that this effect may sometimes diminish over time, or there are very unique cases in which you have at some point even some positive effects for very specific cases. In any way, we have this huge literature in which we obviously have large heterogeneities in terms of the effect, so by gender, by age, so where usually we find that the effect is larger when you consider students that are in higher school grades, and then differences across countries depending on the setting and so on. So very large literature, very rich. So also in terms of not only the short, let's say, term effects, but also the long run ones. In this case, there is an additional strand of literature, which is the one on historical cases, like the effect of the Second World War or the Vietnam on the education of the next generation. And then importantly, this literature shows that even short-term effects may have very long-lasting consequences for the students. Again, in terms of the capability to enter the labor market and to, let's say, progress in the occupations. So, as I said, very rich data, so allow us to explore a lot of the mechanisms. So there are different papers that have documented the existence of a number of supply side and demand side mechanisms. So typically on the supply side, there is large evidence on the fact that the reason why students get less education is because there is a difficult in access school, because schools are destroyed or resources are destroyed as well, or because teachers cannot reach the school. So a lot of mechanisms that we can imagine. So these have been largely documented. What is a bit less documented is the fact that in some cases there is an intentional choice by the governments or the rebellion to discriminate among students to get access to education. So this is something that I'm gonna back in a second. On the demand side, we may have what we may expect to be the most classical mechanism, which is income reduction. So the typical story about the cost of going to school compared to, for instance, doing some child labor for the household. And then we have some still not very robust, but increasing evidence on the mechanism through fear, trauma, psychological shock, which forbid, that make students don't go to school as much as they are expected to do in a normal context. So what is really missing is the story about the effect of education on conflict, which is something very less studied about, apart from one few exceptions. So and this is very interesting because while we typically think about education as a way to prevent conflict, in fact, it will be that the possibility that education can also breed new conflicts. And so there is a very little evidence about what happens when you increase investment in education and what happens to violence and conflict. So there is some anecdotal evidence and some papers, as the Alessandro and Dominic one, on what happens when you invest in education, but still we don't know much about this possible link. Also because there is this anecdotal evidence about the use of authoritarian regimes of education curricula on how this influence the generation and then how this future generation can behave in the context of instability and so on. So again, sorry for the structure, which is a bit repetitive, but again, here we identify the knowledge gaps. So the effect of conflict on education, as I already said, it's very largely studied, but still there are interesting things that we need to know more about. And one thing is that we don't know much about the type of education which is chosen and how the resources are allocated within the family. So once the household is shocked by the conflict, we don't know exactly which are the decisions within the family in terms of that adapting to the conflict. another aspect which is very little studied is how conflict may affect the returns to education, which is another element on the demand side. So we don't know much about how the labor market reacts, and so how this influences the choices of the family in terms of investment in education. And one word which is very fanciful is the spillover effects across different households, different regions in terms of education. As I already said, now the other side of the story is very less understood, much less understood. So we don't know much about the effect of education on conflict. So which are the conditions under which conflict may, education may increase conflict? Probably there are some, and it will be important to understand which are those to avoid that our call for increasing education ends up in increasing a situation of instability and violence. Oh, sorry. So we go to the last group of topics that we cover in our review. So we started from fertility, and now we are reaching the last part of the spectrum of investment stuff, which is economic activity. Here again, we keep the same structure. So we have the effect of conflict on economic activity, and then economic activity on conflict. And finally, we have this part in which we discuss infrastructure investment and conflict, which is a bit different, because here you have the government who is the main actor. So starting from the first one, so we know that this is, I mean, we have a lot of evidence about the effect of economic conflict and economic activity at the macro and the micro level. In particular, this more recent literature looking at the effect of conflict on firms has shown that there are different effects depending on the country, depending on the outcome that we measure. And there are also a lot of different mechanisms to which conflict affects the behavior of firms and how firms react to this, so how they adapt. If we focus specifically on investment, in fact, most of the literature has looked at the impact of investment in agriculture, also because there are data on this type of choices, in particular on the type of crops, for instance. So we have some studies that have shown that when agricultural farm is affected by conflict, then it shifts to suboptimal crops in the investment decision. And we have recent evidence showing that even very localized conflict can have aggregate consequences through the production network disruption, so that there are spillover effects, very important ones, across the economic actors. So on the other hand, so we also cover the effect of economic activity on conflict, and in particular, as I said at the beginning, we don't talk about two important pieces of the literature, which are the one on international trade and the one on natural resources, and we especially focus on the role of FDI in developing countries and how they are linked to conflict. And the literature is very clear in documenting that FDI flows reduce interstate wars, while FDI increase, especially if they are FDI obviously in the mining sector, increase the internal conflict. So there is now evidence both at the macro and the micro level on these links. So the last part of the review is a discussion about the role of public investment, in particular infrastructure. And here, so we obviously know that conflict reduces the availability of this investment, because often conflict targets, let's say, public infrastructure, but also the other side of the relation is very interesting, because there is a complexity related to the fact that while it's true that if you a government, you construct a new road and you increase your infrastructure investment, this may reduce violence and improve economic opportunities. For instance, at the same time, this same infrastructure can be a target for the rebels, and so they may exacerbate already existing difficult situations. So it's interesting to see that again, these relationship have different angles through which we can try to understand what's really going on. And so there are very few papers that have tried to document these possible bidirectional effects, showing that again, so having this infrastructure project not necessarily decrease violence, especially in a setting which are already very unstable. So we can skip this otherwise. Okay. So knowledge gaps. So we have identified essentially still a lot to be learned about the type of investment, the location of the investment, and the production technology choice of firms. So we don't know really much about how firms adapt to conflict. So once they are it, how they decide to choose what they are doing and how much they can choose what they are doing, essentially still to be understood better, and how their choice itself can, influence what other firms do in the same location or in same sector. So this idea of learning more about the spillover effects is crucial for the development of this literature. We suggest that there can be a lot of room for understanding a bit more the role of uncertainty, conflict-induced uncertainty on the choices of firms and the government. And then we see that there is a huge gap about how the workforce adapts to conflict. So this is something really less studied. So it's interesting to try to understand a bit more what happens within, again, in the firm in terms of adapting to the new context, but also at the overall level of the economy. As we were saying before, think about the returns to education. So how this is very strongly linked with the workforce. And then we suggest that there can be some interesting development in the understanding which are the macro policies that should be used in this context. So how very should be different or not from the standard ones given the context of a conflict-affected country or in general in which there is instability. The other big literature that we expect to be exploding in the next few weeks is about the military complex, the so-called military complex, and how this interacts with the private sector. This was a very huge literature in the 70s. Now there has been a research of that, but mostly of this research has been using US data. But it will be very interesting to understand more what happens in other countries, for instance, European countries now, and in other contexts which are not the classical Vietnam story that has been studied. And finally, as I said, understand a bit more about the relationship between infrastructure and conflict, which is still not very developed. So last slide, I'm done. So trying to summarize this very, very, very long literature review, we have been quite heroic in our take-home message. So essentially, we try to identify 4 things that may be important to remember after this short talk. So essentially, we documented that causality runs both ways. So the literature is full of studies that look at both directions. And so it's important to remember that for each of these dimensions, there can be a problem reverse causality, which is important to let's say, acknowledge and to try to understand in different contexts, which one is the most important direction of effects. But at the same time, there is a very large heterogeneity. Obviously, the more detailed data we have, the more we identify heterogeneity. So this is, as I said before, in the economic literature of education and conflict, heterogeneities are everywhere. So it's obviously related to the availability of data. But once we acknowledge that there is a heterogeneity important element, we also have to identify regularities, because the ultimate goal is to provide some guidelines to the policymaker, hopefully. So this substantial heterogeneity should allow us also then to identify irregularities. So to understand where this heterogeneity matter or matter less, and in which context then let's say, take one aspect to be more important than the others. And the last one is a very general point about as our review suggests, that there are a lot of domains that overlap and that they are interconnected. So there are very large spillover and double dividends of private and public investment across all these different domains that is important to acknowledge when we design interventions in this context. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. I sent the discussion a week ago and we talked, but after Oliver said you have to follow my rules, I changed the presentation. So now I have 1 slide of summary, which is not really needed because Michele did an excellent job in summarizing. Then I have 2 slides, and my proposal will be a bit the slides that I would put in my discussion. So these are things that I don't think should be incorporated in the current paper. And then I have a third slide where I have some bullet item of things that could be incorporated. Okay. So this is a summary. This might not. Oh, shit. I copied the wrong one. This is the old one. Okay. Well, I tell it in Word, or what I should. Sorry, can you give me a minute because I'm still. No. No, because it's strange. Because I changed it. Can you put it? See. Sorry, this is the one that I sent you and I saved? Yes. Ah, okay, because I saved the new one.
Maybe, should I?
Okay. Okay, that is the one. Fine. Sorry. Sorry, because I uploaded the new one, so. Okay. No, because they uploaded the one of last week. I'm sorry. False start. I start again. The first slide is the same in any case. So the topic is about investment. Okay, the definition of investment is very broad. It could be broader, it could be narrower. What matters is that investment is some costly choice that you make today that will pay off in the future. Okay, why is that important? It is important because by the very fact that you have this intertemporal choice, then this opens up the possibility to beliefs, because I have to foresee the return of this investment and therefore bidirectional interaction. And of course, it applies to many, many choices. They selected a subset of investment. Of course, the definition of investment could be broader. I can make some example. So, but you say human capital, education, health, productivity, firms capacity, potentially even state capacity. These are all things that you have to make investment today and pay off in the future. In the paper, they discuss a bit the idea of a conceptual framework of a production versus predation that can actually trigger self-fulfilling dynamics, and but they don't really develop it. So my main comment for the discussion, not for the paper, is going to be about developing a conceptual framework, which I think in this topic is super needed. Without a conceptual framework, it's going to be very difficult to then push it to policies. These are my two slides. And then the main type of investment they consider, you see it, population, health, education. You want to understand the bidirectional relationship. They did an excellent job, I think, as a preliminary step in order to go one direction, the other direction, what are the facts. And I think this is going to be already interesting in framing a bit the conceptual framework. And then for each topic, they put forward the gaps and the direction for future research, which is also very interesting. So first slide, conceptual framework. As a theorist, I don't know if I'm a theorist, but if I think from a purely theoretical perspective about this dynamic investment story, which might involve belief, expectation, potentially multiple equilibria, but not necessarily multiple equilibria, the first question is, to me, would be nice to start thinking about developing a general conception framework to understand what are the prototypical forces going on. Again, this will be outside the paper. For instance, first question, imagine having investment today, to make it simple, and some conflict tomorrow, because that is more or less what you have in mind, okay? Are these two things strategic complement or strategic substitute? This is key also to understand the policy, but also to understand whether you have a double dividend. For instance, health, by reading their review, health is affected by conflict, big time, pretty unambiguously. And I would say that improving health does not necessarily lead to increasing conflict. We even have evidence that better health, lower conflict. This will be a case of strategic substitutability. And the problem is, the final problem, all these examples are examples in which in equilibrium you have underinvestment, essentially, because of conflict. But the question is, what is the nature of underinvestment? Think about health. The nature of underinvestment is, I expect conflict to be there, and therefore I invest less, okay? If I were to invest more, I will not trigger an increase in conflict, but a reduction in conflict. Okay, so there are strategic substitute. As a result, if I expect conflict, I invest less. So the problem of underinvestment in health is relatively straightforward. And most importantly, since you don't have strategic complementarity, you don't have multiple equilibrium. The problem is, how do I intervene there? I'll discuss it later. But if the two conflicts are strategic substitute, the big issue is, how do I actually push people to invest more in health, publicly or privately? Because by doing that, I'm going to go towards a double dividend story. Because if I invest in health, then I reduce conflict. But of course, I may have situations in which the two things are strategic substitutes. So for instance, I may decide whether I invest in I don't know, patent, skilled labor force, patenting, I'm talking about firms, but that may actually lead to an increased incentive for predation, okay? In this case, I have a strategic complementarity, because if I do the investment, I increase the probability of predation, okay? So what happens there, in many cases, is that in order to avoid the predation or the conflict, I switch, either I don't do the investment or I switch to another type of investment. Typical example is agricultural economics. Crops that are not really productive. I expect people to come in my field and steal my crop, so I don't produce grains or maize, I produce cassava. Because cassava is little productive, but is on the ground. So if somebody comes over to try to steal from me, it's going to be more difficult. So this time, the underinvestment is because I want to avoid being predated and the conflict. Observation, and in both cases, I have an underinvestment. I should do things more productive. But of course, the strategic structure is completely different. In some cases, this strategic complementarity, sorry if I go long because we don't have such a model, so I have to come out a bit reading what you did. In some cases, you have fewer strategic complementarity that can lead to multiple equilibria. Think about another example. The population can go around investing in something productive or investing in weapons. With Uwe, we had a model of democratization with this type of complementarity. So if I expect the government to protect me, so you have a government that invests in security, patrolling, police, and so on and so forth, then I expect an equilibrium in which I don't want to go around with a knife or a gun. There's no need for it. And of course, if nobody goes around with the guns because everybody is like legal, it's very easy to implement a good equilibrium. But if I expect a bad equilibrium, I'm invest in guns and predation, and the government cannot ensure stability. In this case, you have a multiplicity of equilibrium, okay? So this is the first question. In different examples, just to wrap it up, health looks a bit more strategic substitute. Certain type of investment, education is not clear to me, and other type of investment like agricultural productivity, FDI, seems a bit more strategic complement. The second element that in a conceptual framework we will have to consider is the substitutability of complementarity between private investment and public investment, because the strategic complementarity is not just vertical. Me and what happens in the future is also how do public investment and private investment invest. In the case of health, they are again strategic complement, because if we have better facilities, better hospital, the private return to investing in health goes up. Because if I know that if I take care, I try to invest in the health of my children, in their education, and if I have a problem, I have hospitals, okay? So public investment are strategic complement. In that case, the public investment actually creates a double dividend, because imagine in the case of health, a public investment will increase the private investment will increase investment, which in turn reduces conflict, double dividend, okay? But they might be cases in which there are strategic substitute or crowding out effect. Community organize themselves to control the street. I speed up. No, but I think this is my main important thing. The community organize themselves to control the street. You put police and you can break rules or stuff like that, okay? Of course, if we want to go towards policy, and you write and you say, we don't care about policy because Elena did it, I think the paper must have, or the team must have a policy section. We need to understand that. So, insightful policies, I'm going to skip the writing part, I give it to you later. So, first, in some cases, strategic substitutability and like health, the policy essentially is directed just to sustain the perceived return of the investment. So the problem is individuals perceive a reduction, a lower return to investment. Somehow you have to increase this perceived return to investment. Let me finish because that's it. No, because otherwise, let me 30 seconds. In the second case, the problem is not increasing the perceived return, it's changing behavior, it's tilting investment. It's tilting investment from shadow economy, corruption to skilled FDI, so you have to switch investment. You can actually think about issues in which the policy requires a coordination problem. In the first case, there is no multiple equilibrium, but if you have multiple equilibrium, what the policy should do is to move from one equilibrium to the other, and maybe the new equilibrium is self-sustaining. And finally, if you go in the direction of building dynamics, like building state capacity, building income, building democratization, in this case, is not just a coordination issue, it's really to kickstart a virtuous cycle. Obviously, depending on the type of underinvestment, you want to intervene with different policies, okay? And just for us, in the first case, causal inference or a causal identification is the way to go. On health, I need to understand how do I break the causal link, but let me go to the opposite extreme. If the policy should kickstart a virtuous cycle between economic development, state capacity, and democratization, causal identification is not necessarily the way to go, because then the problem is dynamic spillovers and even the methodology that we want to apply. I tell it because the paper, and I'm done, says we need causal identification. And the answer, and the question is why? If I have a problem of multiple equilibrium, I don't need causal identification. I need different tools because causal identification is just a marginal perturbation. And the problem, if I have dynamic spillovers, a causal identification will not identify the dynamic spillover. Okay, I'm done. And then miscellany on the things that you might do, I tell it. Sorry.
Any questions?
Okay, then there is one.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing is on education. You seem to say the effect of education on conflict was kind of as framing the storytelling of the nation building, the perception of the government. I was wondering if this could also be related to the work of Binzen and Carvalho, where they argue that part of the Arab Spring can be traced back to the fact that you have a new super educated generation that has increased aspiration, but at the moment to reach the labor market, nothing happens. So more linked to it's a mismatch between educational aspiration and the reality.
Yeah, it's related also. Yeah, this is part of the story. So when we were talking about the returns in the labor market and the link between education and what you get then after, yeah, is exactly that type of story. Yeah, but there is so we're just saying that there is very little, and it will be super interesting to explore more this link in this different direction than the usual one. Let's say. Okay, we are very tired, everyone. So thank you, Matteo. Yeah. It's super interesting what you are suggesting us, and I think that one thing that we can do, not everything that you said, but the idea of thinking about a categorization of the type of investment between strategic complementarity and substitute would be very interesting, just to give the idea that then policies have to be different, as you were rightly saying. So there is possibility that what you look for are multiple equilibrium situations in which what you expect depends on the type of relationship between the investment and conflict. So this is super interesting. And I mean, I think it will add something interesting to our review. Okay. Thank you so much.
Lisa is online. Yes, to use this mic because that one isn't working very well.
Where is the, should I do something, anything, or how does he? I don't have a problem because I cannot, she's here. There's 5 minutes left.
To use the mic, or I can, if you sign, if you make a sign to me, I can type it on Zoom. Yeah. Okay, you just 5, 3, and
I can help her. I'll just say 5 minutes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Here. Yes. Hello, Salma. Whenever you want.
Hi. Well, firstly, it's really nice to see everyone, but actually, I think Lisa is going to do the first part of the slides and then we'll switch over.
Exactly. Oh, sorry, I'm now trying to make this work. Hi, everyone. Sorry to stand in between you and dinner. Lovely place you are. But since we cannot join the dinner, we want to keep you for a little bit to talk and present our paper. And we also have, like, I think everyone feels in this group that, the theme is really broad and could capture so many different things. And so we're interested in hearing sort of your thoughts on how well we kind of define the topic and describe this literature. And so the is this thing in the way? Now I'm trying to figure out like where to put it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for them. There we go. The core question that we see as sort of the one for our theme is, what can we do to enable a transition from war to peace, and how can conflict be prevented in the future? And we look at these like very broad themes of peacemaking, peace building, and reconstruction. And we decided to focus on sort of 3 sub-themes in our review. So we start with international peacemaking efforts. So try to sort of assess the toolbox with a focus on peacekeeping and mediation, which are sort of the main themes that have as a purpose to sort of transform conflict in a positive way. And then we look at the effect of aid, and Owen already covered that a little bit from a geo sort of strategic point of view, but now we'll talk about it more as how it affects peace specifically. And then the third, which is sort of a big one, is grassroots peace building. So looking more at intergroup contact, national identities, and transitional justice. And these are fairly, at least those are the international sort of efforts, and these grassroots efforts are quite separate in the literature. So we can think of them as quite different types of tools and carried out by very different actors. And the literatures are quite separate, but in a way, they're both intended to sort of move societies from war to peace. So we're trying to bridge this. And we're quite happy to have, so one of the few people actually sort of bridge these 2 strands in his own research, Will Nomikos, as discussants. So thanks for reading the paper. You see this graph, and other presenters have also alluded to this, the increasing levels of violence and conflict over the past decade or so. We've seen quite a drastic increase in fatalities from armed conflict in recent years. So we have a reason to look into sort of the possibility of bringing societies towards peace through these mechanisms that we look at. Oh, sorry. And so if we start by looking at international peacemaking efforts, I show here a graph of the number of peacekeeping operations by the UN, both peacekeeping and special political missions over time. So you see, it's been, after the end of the Cold War, there was a big investment and move towards like these multilateral sort of efforts to bring peace. If I were to show you instead a graph of new missions, so like how often does the UN appoint a new mission, it would be a very different one, because then that timeline would end in 2017. Given that we're now, the other talks also refer to sort of the current state of the world, peacekeeping and mediation both are tools that have been used frequently, but that are a little bit on the decline globally. So the UN has been cutting down its peacekeeping missions and has left, either because mandates have been implemented somewhat, or because they were asked to leave by the host government. And there are no new such missions that have been deployed for many years now. And also also mediation. There is some interesting research showing that even if the capacity for mediation has grown over time, so there are a lot of organizations that have the organizational capacity to engage in mediation, the actual occurrence of mediated conflicts that's declining over time. So we are in a state of the world where we are moving away from these multilateral efforts. So that's so we're looking back, and maybe this review kind of is a reminder that this development might not be all that smart. So if we start with peacekeeping, there's quite a lot of work, quantitative work, showing that it really has many positive effects. And early studies, early quantitative work kind of looked at whether, was there conflict or not, how likely was it that conflicts ended with a peacekeeping operation. But in over the last decade or so, we've seen a move towards unpacking peace a little bit. So thinking about different types of outcomes that we would expect from peacekeeping operations. So, not only is there conflict or not, but like what's the level of fighting? So do we see a reduction of violence over time? Do we see a prolongation, prolonged peace after conflicts have ended? Do we see a reduction in violence against civilians? Do we see enhanced cooperation among groups? And in all these outcomes, the results are quite optimistic. So peacekeeping has all these positive effects of reducing violence and improving the quality of peace in these, or in a negative peace kind of framework, mostly. And also mediation has been, there are a lot of studies showing that it has positive impact. So it is a good tool for helping parties implement peace agreements and move towards peace. So we identified three parts of these, so three joint themes in this literature on aspects that are important, because it's not just like, is there peacekeeping or mediation or not? But of course, these are instruments that can be used in different ways, and the way that they're implemented matters a lot. So the first one is mandates and resources. And here, this was an early insight from the study by Doyle and Banis back in 2006, that peacekeeping mandates must be coupled with a sufficiently large budget, because if there's a mismatch in the budget and mandates, there will be it's harder to get these positive outcomes. And I was involved in doing sort of a global study where we use simulation to see like what would the actual impact be of varying sort of mandate and budget in this global incidence of armed conflict, where we are able to capture sort of how peacekeeping affects peace through various pathways. And then we see that it really has this pretty significant effect of reducing the global incidence of armed conflict by 70% when you have a strong mandate and sort of a large budget compared to like these other scenarios. But also from the mediation side, there is evidence that when mediators have more leverage with sort of capabilities or can put pressure on the actors involved, the results are much more positive. The second type of explanation or that we look at is that not only sort of do mandates matter, but also how these and who implements these interventions. So the type and identity of interveners matter. Of course, resources is not completely detached from this, but if we start with peacekeeping operations, they can be composed in different ways, and the military troops perform certain functions in terms of providing buffer zones and separating armed actors, so doing patrols around to sort of deter violence by armed groups, and so increasing the number of troops in conflicts has a significant impact on the violence. So it reduces violence in those areas, even though there's also this selection effect whereby like the large missions are sent to the hardest cases, but still we see this the positive reduction in violence. And some studies have looked at UN police more specifically, because while UN troops are good at doing certain things, especially sort of when it comes to the formal armed actors that are named maybe in the mandate that comes from the UN Security Council, there are other forms of violence that sort of occur in these conflict environments that peacekeeping troops are less apt to deal with, and may even exacerbate certain forms of violence. But then there are studies showing that UN police, who are trained to do other things, to sort of oversee sort of local police, but also conduct more sort of standard police operations, they have the capabilities of reducing sort of other forms of violence, such as violence by criminal groups or sort of less organized groups that pop up in a post-conflict environment. So the combination of the two sort of is ideal for sort of managing the different forms of threats that emerge in a sort of post-conflict society, or in a society that is transitioning from conflict to peace. There's also work that tries to sort of unpack and look at what are the different types of units, because military troops is one thing, but they can also have like different sub-functions. They can come from different countries. There's a big sort of acknowledgement in the policy world that it matters where peacekeepers are from. And so research has tried to sort of kind of identify what's the theoretical mechanism that matters, what's the categories that we can identify. And here it's particularly sort of diversity in where troops are from, in terms of country of origin and the types of military units that have positive effects. When it comes to mediation, there's actually there's some studies showing that, well, when mediators come from the same region or the same regional organizations, or from regional organizations, they are more effective. So here, and we don't see the same sort of in peacekeeping. So here's something different, that maybe sort of those regional mediators are more trusted. They have more legitimacy in sort of bringing actors together. But there's also this other finding in the literature, because I think most people think of mediators should be like neutral, sort of come in as completely unbiased and sort of bring parties together. But biased mediators who explicitly support one of the sides may actually be more effective in bringing parties to the table because they can exert more leverage over their protege, and it's known to everyone what their preferences are, so they can communicate information in a credible way. Lastly, on the sort of peacekeeping mediation side, it also matters like how things are implemented in the field. And so there are studies looking at spatial deployment of peacekeeping. So just this little map showing like how, like where the bases are, those are the blue dots, and then some red crosses are where violence takes place, for example. So this is from Central African Republic. We can sort of trace this over time. And with such a sort of setup with data, we can sort of analyze more sort of how peacekeeping missions sort of influence violence in the field. And so there are these studies showing that when they're present locally, we see a reduction of violence in those areas. But it comes with there are some caveats. So in terms of, there are conditional effects. So it depends on accessibility and it depends on the political landscape. Also, I should say, which is not mentioned here in the slide, but there are also some studies to try to get at whether there's some kind of displacement effect. So peacekeepers can build a base. Does violence just, do groups just move to another area, or does it truly contain violence? And here there are some, findings going in different direction. And that's one place where we would need more work. And then we have many peacekeeping operations also have like civil affairs personnel, so civilians in their missions, and that's where we get into this gray zone between peacekeeping and mediation, because these are people that can engage in local mediation efforts, and that also enhances the effectiveness of the mission overall. This also speaks to like kind of mandates in terms of what are they actually trying to address. So if peacekeeping, some deployments can get at whether they go to the hardest cases, whether they engage with armed actors, mediation need to sort of tackle sort of core issues and really address the important questions to be able to sort of move parties away from the battlefield. And in just a small note that in this whole field, there's been quite a lot of work like trying to really address this problem of selection bias. So there's many studies use, I think matching would be the most common one. We also have some work using instrumental variables. Those are harder to come by, like find really good instruments, but also diff models. So there are attempts to get at more get at identification and selection in various ways in this. I know Dominic has in his review of this field points out that mediation lags a little bit behind in this regard, so compared to peacekeeping. The remaining gaps that we identify are the fact that one question is whether multiple interventions amplify the overall effectiveness or sort of undermine each other. So there are some studies that indicate that, for example, when peacekeeping and mediation come together, the effect is stronger. But at the same time, there are other studies showing that, other instruments, for example, if the ICC is conducting investigations, and if there are sanctions that are combined with peacekeeping, for example, those can undermine sort of the sort of trust-building exercise of peacekeeping. But also whether international peacemaking interventions influence local intergroup relationships. And this now starts to speaking to what Salma will soon talk about. Like, we know that peacekeepers can improve intergroup relations, but there are also, these interventions also come with cost. They affect the societies in many ways, and it could also kind of split some trust in various ways. So this is one area where we need more work. I feel like I've used up my whole time. I think Owen also talked about this, the complexity of aid and peace. And here the field is really sort of going in two different directions. Some show that aid can support peace by addressing grievances, whereas others show that it sort of incentivizes conflict through predation or through looting, as it sort of exacerbates competition for control over resources. So here we think there's more work to be done in sort of bridging these two, sort of the first like peacemaking toolbox with aid and thinking about how aid can be protected and sort of unpack aid as part of a larger reconstruction efforts where sort of together with, for example, peacekeeping and other instruments. Over to Salma.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you all for being here and for your attention. I'm really, really sorry that we can't be there with you. There's a pretty big chance that if I get on a flight from LA to Italy, I am not getting on the return flight. Let's put it that way. And I hope you're all being very nice to William, who actually did show up for us. So thank you. So my slides are super brief, and I really appreciate you hanging on with us. Just one line per takeaway to save you reading hundreds of papers, which I guess is the point of a review piece. So Lisa talked a lot about how peacekeeping and peacemaking is critical to stop violence in the immediate sense. But once the violence has stopped, we have this bigger problem, or maybe a more longer term problem, which is how to prevent it from happening again. So our two main tools for doing that, one is this toolkit around institutional interventions, which a lot of people today have already talked about, how to stabilize the political and economic system. But I'm really focused on the grassroots level. So how do we improve everyday interactions between people from different outgroups to prevent violence from happening again? Oh, sorry. Yes, I think maybe Lisa, you have to do this for me. I'm sorry. So the four main categories, I guess, of these different kinds of interventions that we have for building grassroots peace building are intergroup contact, more indirect approaches like perspective taking, strategies for building a shared national identity, and transitional justice. So I just have one slide on each of these to give you the high level takeaway. So first on intergroup contact, it's this theory that positive, cooperative, egalitarian contact over time is going to reduce prejudice and forge friendships. And on the whole, this is a good thing for intergroup relations. Generally, the meta-analytic evidence that we have on contact in general, firstly, the vast majority comes from peaceful settings. And that suggests that contact generally has small but positive effects. When you subset down to the set of studies that focus on recently post-conflict settings or active conflict settings even, those effect sizes shrink even more. And increasingly, we're starting to find evidence of null effects of negative effects of contact in those settings. So potentially there's actually backlash to bringing people together too soon. And so when you kind of unpack that by minority group and majority group, you can see what's driving this negative or null effect. So for the minority group members, sometimes it's the case that the fact that the structural environment has not actually stabilized, it's not rational for them to now start trusting outgroup members from the majority group. So that's what's going on for them. From the majority group, we're seeing backlash effects because when you bring them together with minorities on an equal playing field, they perceive that as a status threat. So equality on paper is not always perceived as equality by majority group members. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the backlash effects is actually driven by majority group members in these settings. So maybe it's a little bit too risky to bring people together face-to-face in these settings. So what about more indirect approaches? And so the two that I focus on, one is perspective taking and the other is parasocial contact. So perspective taking is kind of these exercises or different techniques for trying to get people to relate to the experience of an outgroup member. You can do that directly by saying, you know, here's my corny stock image of walking in someone's shoes. So you can directly ask someone, you know, put yourself in the shoes of a Syrian refugee who's crossing the Mediterranean. But for a lot of people in Europe, let's say, they actually can't relate to that experience whatsoever. They have no frame of reference. So there's also a perspective taking by analogy, analogic perspective taking. So think of a time in your life where you were stigmatized or you had to do something really hard and you were treated differently. So kind of trying to bridge that link that way. And parasocial contact is rather than direct intergroup contact, it's exposure. through the mass media. So it could be fictional narratives, so fictional or imagined outgroup members, or it could be real life outgroup members. So with co-authors, we have a paper on how exposure to Mo Salah at Liverpool, for example, reduced hate crimes in the county of Liverpool. So that actually functions in very similar ways to traditional contact. So when we look at these more indirect approaches, we're good insofar as, you know, we're largely protected from the negative treatment effects. But we can't say much about conflict settings because there's just not that much evidence. And it's not clear whether these really light touch short-term interventions can durably change behaviors, especially in these fragile settings. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about how to get around this problem of durability. We also have transitional justice programs, which I guess is like out of those 4 categories, this is the only one that's really unique to post-conflict settings. So these are different mechanisms to promote accountability, truth-telling, reparations, reconciliation. And so the kind of high-level takeaway here is light touch approaches. So things like educational programs, commemoration, memorials, museums. So that kind of channel for trying to build a sense of justice, those tend to be pretty effective. But when we talk about truth commissions, so that really salient, direct, bringing perpetrators and victims together in the same place, we really only have one good study, good RCT of that. And it suggests that it does work as intended in terms of building forgiveness and social capital, but there's backlash effects to mental health because you're re-triggering people's traumas. And so we shouldn't do that without the mental health support. And then we also have building a shared identity. So if you just look at spikes in national identity from winning a soccer game, for example, that tends to increase exclusionary attitudes, but more structured approaches like inclusive educational curricula and elite messaging can mitigate these effects. And the best kind of national identities are the ones where people can opt in. So they're not based on some immutable characteristic like ethnicity or language. This was my slide showing that American holidays are actually pretty inclusive because people can opt into a lot of American traditions. Whereas here's my snapshot of the Italian federal holiday like Wikipedia page, and they're almost all religious. So this is just a little snapshot of what it means to have an inclusive national identity. So taking stock in general, these direct approaches to reconciliation are not super effective in fragile settings. Completely hands-off approaches like mere physical exposure or just surges in national pride are also not good. But light touch approaches where people are not in direct contact might be more successful, where it's very deliberate and structured. But still leaves us with the billion-dollar question, which is, does any of this actually matter for our ultimate outcome of interest, which is preventing future violence? So kind of talk back to the bidirectional idea from the previous presentation. We know the effects of violence on attitudes. We know almost nothing the effects of attitudes on violence. We have a problem here of an inherent mismatch between the unit of observations for all these interventions on prejudice reduction, which is the individual, and violence, which is a community level phenomenon. And these things are not adding up. Like no one is actually looking at whether these kinds of programs can reduce violence at the communal level. We suggest in our paper that it's possible that grassroots peace building still matters theoretically through 2 channels. Like if the kind of actor or the kind of violence is spontaneous, and so changing those people's attitudes actually does matter. So not highly structured, organized violence by states, like prejudice reduction interventions probably won't matter there. And in conflicts where old-fashioned prejudice plays at least some role in sustaining the conflict. And for our last slide, so even if we're not able to actually speak to the ultimate outcome of interest, which is community level violence, how can we make the most out of the individual level RCTs and interventions that we have? One thing we can do is measure the resilience of effects. And this is not the same thing as long run effects. Okay, they're telling me I've run out of time. This is the last slide, yes. So resilience or durability is not the same thing as just measuring long-term effects. The temporal component is one component, but you need to measure resilience to shocks to intergroup tolerance. So when some ethnic entrepreneur comes out, calling for violence, or violence happens in a nearby village, how resilient is that group that has gone through some kind of program in terms of insulating themselves from future violence? So that's really hard to ethically do in a conflict setting. How do you, like in an experiment setting, how do you create this shock to tolerance, right, in a way that's not going to be like terribly unethical? So that's one challenge. The second thing we can do is expand our range of outcomes to not just look at survey outcomes or lab games. Why don't we look at more real world behaviors that get us a little bit closer to the ultimate quantity of interest, that idea of future violence? So things like cross-group market interactions, or attending or frequenting the same neighborhoods, patronizing businesses from the outgroup, something that gets us a little bit closer. And finally, even though a lot of our interventions happen at the individual level, because it's much easier to randomize at the individual level for power reasons, we should be measuring spillover effects on the community and the household, and also changes to social norms, because those are the two pathways to more scalable change. So thanks for your attention. I'm really looking forward to William's comment.
All right. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Salma. Thank you for this great paper. Just to give a quick outline for my comments, I'm going to start just talking very briefly about the paper and what I saw as like the top line contribution of it, and why I really enjoyed reading it, and why I think it's an important contribution to what we're trying to do here today. Then I'll go through 3 sets of comments and then 2 set of extensions that, you know, Salma and Lisa can or cannot incorporate, but just some ideas. In general, the paper, as Salma and Lisa just told us, tries to do this, makes this claim that to actually craft peace for the long run, you need both top-down and bottom-up approaches. And Lisa and Salma are very helpfully experts in each of those areas, respectively. So what they do in this paper that I think is very productive, because actually we don't have this, we don't have a review piece like this, is take stock of each and kind of identify gaps and suggest productive frontiers for moving forward. So I have three sets of big comments, and Salma and Lisa, I'm happy to talk about this more, about what you should incorporate and what else. Feel free to get in touch, of course. So my first comment is that the Salma and Lisa make this case that we have this micro macro, that we lack an integrated micro macro understanding of how international interventions work. But I think that's a little bit putting the cart before the horse, because we actually don't really have a theory of conflict aggregation to begin with. So we don't actually know how local level conflicts aggregate up to the national level, and vice versa. We don't know really theoretically how armed group conflicts and other national level conflicts trickle down. So I agree that we don't have a micro macro understanding of intervention, but I think part of the reason why we don't have that is because we don't have a very developed theory of conflict aggregation. And you know, this matters a lot, because a lot of the questions that are important for understanding how an intervention work rely on such a theory, but we don't actually have that theory. So I'm thinking of things like, how do intergroup tensions escalate? How do civil wars worsen those intergroup tensions? What are some of the macro level structural factors that influence whether an intercommunal conflict will become a civil war? Right. So I think we have lots of intuitions, but I don't think we have a clear theoretical understanding. And just to show that I'm not a hypocrite in this, I think I'm as guilty of this as anyone. This is a screenshot from my book, where basically I wrote this entire book about how the UN builds peace from the bottom up. And then I realized, as I was kind of wrapping up revisions on it, that I didn't have one of these conflict aggregation theories. So one of basically the theory that I came up with is like, oh, well, if the UN prevents these intercommunal disputes from becoming violent, then perhaps just by law of large numbers that aggregates upward, yada, yada, yada. I just kind of hand waved. But we do this a lot, and we don't have an understanding of how these intercommunal violent tensions escalate upward. And I think that's a big problem, and I think it's actually the first primary problem, even before the micro-macro integrated theory or understanding of interventions. My second set of comments are about the nature of the state and the idea of state building. So I felt a little bit that the idea of the state and state building were missing from the review. And I think there's easy ways to incorporate this. And there's several reasons for this. First of all, a lot of the top-down strategies that Lisa alluded to really are state building, right? And I'm thinking of things like security sector reform, rule of law. The term general reconstruction or just reconstruction is used a lot in the paper. That implies state building. So I think there's really easy ways to bring in what state building is and that whole that literature, which is fairly rich. The other reason why I think this is important, and this has been hinted throughout the day, and Salma and Lisa hint at this in the paper, is that the state is implicated in conflict resolution, particularly in top-down approaches. So there is this UN authoritarian link for sure, but it's actually more severe than that. And there is some recent research showing that UN support kind of helps or the UN support of governments in conflict and post-conflict settings leads to more military abuses. So I would encourage the authors to look at this more closely. The last reason that I think is very important for this is that the state building literature, unlike the peacekeeping literature, is actually quite pessimistic about international intervention and the promise of international intervention. So I would like to see a little bit of grappling with this idea. The third point that I wanted to raise is that this is a screenshot from a table that Salma and Lisa have in their paper, and it's this heat map of promising peace-building intervention. I think this is excellent, right? This is what we want to see in like meta-analyses, and I really, really like this table. But the issue that I had with it is I wanted to know more about how potential was assessed in this table. So they evaluate these different kinds of interventions, and they tell us that they have this assessment of the low, medium, or high potential of those interventions. And I think that's super interesting, and it's probably valid, right? I would want to know what Salma and Lisa's evaluation of these peace-building interventions is, but I wanted to know how do they create this criterion? And more generally, is there a way to develop systematic meta-analysis criteria for something like peace-building interventions, for these grassroots interventions that Salma talked about? And I want to know a little bit more about how these would fit into that conflict trap cycle or the conflict aggregation theory that I talked about earlier. Like I would want to know where these interventions hit within that aggregation process, and where could they actually stop intercommunal tensions from escalating and creating broad-based violence. So a couple of extensions. So the way that I think about peace-building interventions is essentially by dividing them up into one of three categories. The first are attitudinal interventions. So these are things like perspective taking, edutainment, and parasocial contact. These tend to be very promising. We have a lot of positive evidence for these, as Salma outlined, but there's an unclear link to behaviors, right? And we have more research that could be done there. The second set of interventions are behavioral. And here we have a more direct link to outgroup violence, though I agree with Salma that we could still develop that more and rely less on things like lab in the field experiments and games, and more to actual behavior. And then the third category and the third way that I think about interventions are actual institutional interventions. So I just want to distinguish what I'm saying here from what Salma was saying the focus of Lisa's contributions to the presentation was. I'm talking about actual randomized peace building interventions that either support or create formal and informal institutions. And I think here there's also a really nice role for aid. And I want to conclude by talking a little bit about what I think might work from peace building interventions within this attitudinal behavioral institutional framework. So within attitudes, these lighter touch interventions really do seem to work. And I actually think that slowly shifting attitudes is critical and very, very good. I really like that Salma brought up how many of these interventions that we have seen, or the classes of interventions, how many of these classes of interventions actually create backlash. So in that context, in the do no harm ethical framework, right, I actually like attitudes that, or I like attitudinal interventions that are light touch, but they slowly shift attitudes in a positive way. Within the behavioral interventional framework, we alluded, there was a presentation that alluded to this earlier. We have some evidence now that there are some psychological interventions that work. So CBT, for example, and these could work on their own or coupled with some of these trauma triggering intervention like truth and reconciliation committees. And this is more in the paper rather than the presentation. But I think that it would be interesting to see some of these interventions work together. And then finally, I don't want to short shrift institutional interventions, because here we have actually some evidence that peace building interventions that support and help people resolve conflicts can work. So I do think that there's some evidence here, and here especially, I think there is a link between the climate change and conflict literature, where there is some evidence that these localized conflicts, especially between farmers and herders, can be resolved through alternative dispute resolution frameworks. All right, so I'll end it there, and let me just thank Salma and Lisa again for this wonderful paper.
Thank you so much, Will. That was amazing. I'm glad we picked you.
Any questions?
Hello, I'm Hannes Müller. I have a question. I have one of my favorite papers is by David Layton and James Farron on the formation of identity and conflict. And I was wondering what you think about that paper and whether that's in your review.
Yeah, it's not, but now I'm thinking it should be. We're looking at the kind of causal arrow of different kinds of nation building or national identity creation interventions on social trust and social cohesion, but not actually looking at how those identities are formed. We're just taking for granted that some of these programs exist, and then just looking at like how effective are they in building a superordinate identity, right, and pushing people away from their parochial identities, but not really looking at like how conflict shapes identity or anything like that. But that's a great suggestion. I just made a note of that. Thank you.
I don't think there's any other question from the room, so I don't know if you wanted to reply to Will's comments.
I don't think first of all, just thank you so much. I think you are right in that we kind of we skip the first step of like how do we understand like sort of these levels and how they sort of affect each other. So maybe that is one way of sort of taking one step back to sort of bring it together. And we have talked about like how do we can we suggest some kind of theoretical framework that ties these things together. And I think your suggestions will help us. And I really like this distinguishing between attitudes, behavior, and institutions. So I think we'll bring that on and work towards integrating that It's a great suggestion. Thank you. Salma?
Yeah, these are just fantastic comments. We had missed this institutional piece, I think, like the dispute mediation, like institutions. And as someone who had a project like this, I mean, I can't believe it didn't cross my mind to actually bring that in, as that's one form of or that's a class of intervention. And you're right that there's a nice link with the aid literature. So investing in dispute resolution and mediation institutions at the local level, and whether that can have some like palpable effect on the national level stuff. So that's a great idea. And on the theory, I mean, I kind of propose a couple at the end, like if the actors are not organized, like if the type of violence is more spontaneous, and also where prejudice actually plays a role in the overall national level conflict, and it's a democracy, it could be the case that, you know, prejudice reduction at scale is going to then have people vote for less hawkish people in office, let's say. And so there's one channel there. But that, you know, that's just like me putting two ideas out there. I think I'm still kind of punting. So thank you for raising that. I think we can definitely invest more in the conceptual framework up front.
Great. I think we're done. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so yes, we're done for today. Thank you, everyone. So we start tomorrow again at 9:45, but I believe that some of you have a meeting in the morning.
Yeah, then.
Okay, yes, please. Okay, great. Thank you.
For those who are ReCIPE theme leaders, we have a meeting at 9 tomorrow, right? So I'm just repeating this so that no one has an excuse. Will it be here? I'm looking around. Mariolina, it will be in this room, right? In the same building on the ground floor at 9 a.m. And then we start at 9:45 for the real hard intellectual work. Dinner. People ask about dinner. I think it's in this building at 7:30. It's in this building, right? No.